No, I think that'd
Something
be
like that.
fantastic if he comes back with a British accent.
What a great line, Leighton.
Yes.
That is fantastic. Well, so glad, and I
Just
know
wanted to give y'all that update. We
Thank
don't know
you.
exactly how he is.
Yep.
Right.
So you'll be helping take care of him. So please keep us updated. If you need me to run and get anything, let me know, and I'll send Brown a text to go pick it up.
All right. Thank y'all.
Hi, Leighton. Thank you, Leighton Taylor, Lance's beautiful daughter, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Tonsils the size of eggs. That sounds terrible.
Now imagine having 2 eggs in your throat right here. Right
That's
there.
horrifying.
Doing this.
Yeah, it's no wonder he can't sleep.
Your whole life, having a recent life, having 2 eggs right here.
Do you get to keep them if they're that big?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could take them home with you.
Pickle them?
I wouldn't want them, but yeah, I think they'll put them in a mason jar for you. I mean, I guess
I
that's
think
if they're.
it'd be cool to put them on the desk forever.
I'm gonna hard pass on that one.
We can keep them chilled in the Coca-Cola ice cold box over there.
Oh, we could, yes, we could. Yeah, a lot of ideas being thrown out here that I don't think are very good ideas, but they're being thrown out nonetheless.
You're very nice at how you're kicking them to the side. That's right. Imagine you can keep those and throw them at the next leaf blower guy.
Can you imagine the absolute stench those things have?
Oh, Rockstar, you don't even want to
Have you ever had a, what do they call it, tonsil stone?
Yeah, I've not had a tonsil stone.
No, what is that?
Tonsil stone is when you're talking. It's a little. Every now and then you'll talk. You think something's in your throat. You clear your throat. This little white thing comes out. It's a teeny little. Looks like something was in your teeth. It's not. Don't ever squish it, because it is the worst foul-smelling thing on your fingers. You can't even wash it off. So if people have had tonsil stones on the chat room, I'm sure they've had it. This is little. It looks like a little white booger. It is awful. Continue, Dunaway. You're up.
Wow.
Developing news involving Alabama basketball
Yeah,
again.
I mean, this is pretty wild here. Jeff Goodman reporting Alabama assistant Antoine Petway is meeting with Kennesaw State today, sources tell him. As Goodman adds for context, if Petway gets the job, it will be historic, at least as far as I can recall, would mean all 3 of Nate Oates' assistants get head coaching jobs in the same cycle. If you've forgotten, Charlie Henry is going to Georgia Southern. Brian Hodgson is going to Arkansas State.
So Antoine Petway is meeting with Kennesaw State,
Correct.
who made their first ever NCAA tournament this year. If he gets that job, and he's an unbelievable recruiter, as was Brian Hodgson and Charlie Henry, a great X's and O guy, Jeff Goodman, who is one of the best covering college basketball, thinks this will be the first time he remembers that all 3 of a guy's assistants have left for head coaching jobs.
It's pretty. I mean, I don't follow it near as close as Goodman, but
Yeah.
I mean, I can't remember something like that happening.
Not in basketball. I mean, in football, it happens.
I mean, but that's pretty rare in football. 3 position coaches or a position coach, 2 coordinators getting head coaching jobs.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of guys leave Saban staffs to become head coaching, but for all 3 of these guys to leave at the same time, the same year, to go be head coaches somewhere.
Yeah. And it's, you want the best for you. You're happy for Henry, you're happy for Hodgson, you're happy for Petway. But boy, this would be a gut punch to Nate Oates to have to completely rebuild his staff.
Yeah. You ever think that Nate Oates ever sat in his office and said, "Oh, I'd put up with Nick Saban's headaches for that kind of money"?
That's right.
Well, now Nate Oates is making that kind of money.
Now you got him.
And now he's got the headaches of having to replace assistants that everybody wants your coaches.
I mean, they're taking head coaching jobs. It's the problem you would like to have.
Yeah, you want that for your assistants. But, man, the gut punch Alabama basketball is taking. And we'll see what Nate Oates does in rebuilding the staff. They like the style that Nate Oates plays with, and these guys are going to spread it to 3 other programs if Petway gets that job at Kennesaw State. All right, that's the show today. Thanks for being with us. We'll update you on the Masters, and LT's out of surgery, going great. Thank you, Kevin Skarbinski, for spending a whole hour with us, going down memory lane and talking a little basketball. Brandon Marcello with us, talking college football. Don't forget, we got a new next round cocktails up and a lot more on all of our platforms here. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery 5th Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section. at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go now, live on a Friday, getting ready for an Easter weekend. Happy Good Friday to all of you guys. And some storms in the Southland, the SEC footprint. Keep an eye on the weather wherever you are. We'll keep an eye on the Masters as we go through this next 4 hours live on the show. Justin Hokanson will be with us next segment. He'll join us to talk about Auburn's A-Day game tomorrow. We're going to react and hear from hopefully Trent Dilfer later in the show with some post-spring games at UAB later on. Peter Burns of the SEC Network, who's at the Masters, will join us in the final hour of the show, hopefully. And Rockstar's in the lounge in the final hour. And fingers crossed, LT will join us from his home via Zoom at 10 a.m. Central to start hour 2. But for those asking, we'll give you an update on LT in just a second. He's Ryan Brown. I am the thick-skinned Jim Dunaway, who's willing to give Lunsford his seat here in the studio as we get going today.
I knew it.
See,
Jim hasn't even listened is the bad part. He's just going to pretend like he knows what we're talking about.
Rhino
Yeah,
skin. I'm sorry. I got the wrong animal.
Yeah,
Rhino
if,
skin.
If anybody has a thick skin up here, it's you.
Yeah. No, they referenced that in the thing that I pretended I didn't listen to, but I watched it twice.
Jim ate a bowl of ice cream with it.
Yeah, you got to go watch. I get the
You're not even going to know the name of it.
The back room.
The back room.
The back room podcast that is up. And it talks about first impressions all the guys behind the glass had of all of us here on this side of the glass, including Lance, mine, and the Brown first impression that Lunsford had.
Again, with Brown getting so upset.
I'm not upset at all, Rockstar.
But it's
a little higher pitch
Well,
there.
I'm not, but I mean, Rockstar likes to overplay this. I'm not upset.
I'm over. Okay. What's the first thing you said to me when I walked in this morning? It's first impression, not lasting impression.
Well, my frustration, I think two things.
Don't give away too much,
I'm
though,
not going to
'cause
give away too
we
much.
want
People need to
people to
go
go
watch.
watch.
Go
Yeah.
watch. Give it a thumbs up. Subscribe while you're there. But the two things. Number one, you just provided first impression of me with zero context. No context. You just made an allegation against me. Number two, Lunsford, I think, is playing this story up a little bit. Now, I can't say that he is because I have zero memory of this happening, none whatsoever. So, I can't swear to the facts if I were under oath here on trial.
Yeah. Most bullies rarely remember
But
the
I
incident.
think Lunsford is playing this up just a little bit for the benefit of your guys' show, which I want to succeed. I want it to be super successful.
Well, to give it to backtrack because he set it up. We were doing a show at the Barons, and one of the Ask Us Anything questions. I do remember this because we were in that weird
I remember that.
lounge thing.
Yeah,
and
we
so
were in
somebody
a
said-
conference room or something like that. Yeah,
And so somebody asked, what y'all's first impressions of each other?
I
and
remember
Lunsford
this.
said in the chat,
Yep.
I have a big first impression of Brown, and y'all go, we're going to do it tomorrow on the show, and we never got
well,
to
that's
it.
Jim's fault.
That was a year ago.
That's
Yeah,
not
Jim's
him.
fault, Lunsford.
I know, but that's not him pushing up to it like, I'm going to make something up totally for the benefit
No,
of the show.
I just think anytime you're telling Jim does this all the time. Like when Jim is a story enhancer, and you'll admit that.
I don't like to lie, but I do like to enhance
Yeah,
the story
Jim likes
a
to
little
enhance
bit.
the story a little bit. So-
Stretch.
yeah, he'll stretch a
Yeah.
little bit. He'll add some details that aren't there just to make the story better. And
Yeah,
I
like
think
coming
Lunsford
up
has
later
done
in
that.
the show, one of the better rock stars in the lounge.
That's right.
Later
Now,
on.
Jim has no idea what you're playing, but he'll do
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
So I think that's what Lunsford has done. But I encourage everyone to go watch it. I'm not trying to run from it.
Can I just say that, Brown, I absolutely love working with you. You have been an absolute pleasure to work with.
I mean, you said
You
that
worked so
16
hard,
times
and
in the podcast.
I love you so much, and I cannot state it enough.
Okay, no, I love Lunsford. This is not bad blood between me and Lunsford. I love him.
All right.
But Jim wants to move on. I know, but I'm gonna wrap this up real quick.
Okay. That's okay. Wrap it up.
Quicker than that.
All I said was I would like a little more of that from Lunsford in the podcast. Now he said it here on the show, so that everything is good.
Yeah.
So Lunsford and I are fine.
Well, we watched two different podcasts, and I saw 16 times he went out of his way to say how much he likes working with you.
Really, I think it was just the one time.
But go watch
I'll
it.
go back and
we
watch
don't,
again.
We don't want to give too much away, but you go jump in there real quick and see the fine folks there that Shelby Auto Service that brings you that podcast right there that Forrester, Rockstar, and Lunsford are talking about. Shot yesterday, episode 3, I believe, and you can get it on all of our platforms right there, YouTube, and everywhere else. You get the next round and all of our Double Down Media content. We get going today with a couple of big things going on here locally. One of them was UAB spring game. Today is Alabama's biggest practice to date, football-wise, as they start, trying to build this roster for 2023 coming up. And it's a scrimmage in Tuscaloosa inside Bryant-Denny Stadium, weather permitting, over in Tuscaloosa. And we got an early poll question out for you, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy there. And the poll question, Brownie, is pretty simple for you today. The folks at Bud Light bringing you this to you. With the scrimmage, what's your biggest concern right now with Alabama going into next season? Is it the new quarterback and wide receiver group? Is it the new coordinators, the defense? Georgia's dynasty is one of the things that I threw in there for you to go vote right now. Before you give us the early results, and you can go vote at Next Round Live, what do you think the biggest concern is for Alabama fans going into this scrimmage, the rest of spring, and into next year?
I mean, I would go receivers. You bunch quarterback and receivers together. I don't find that necessary. I think they'll be fine at quarterback. Is it going to be a little bit of a step back? Yeah. I mean, Bryce Young maybe is the best ever to play at Alabama. But I think Alabama will be fine at quarterback. So I would have voted that simply because of the wide receivers. That is the more concerning part of that. And, in fact, that does lead the voting at 67%. Georgia Dynasty is 13%. The new coordinator is 12%. Defense, 6%. So, I mean, most of those are very small in comparison to quarterback, wide receiver. And I would be interested as to how many people simply voted on that because of the inclusion of the wide receivers, that they kind of approach this the way I do. Quarterback is an unknown, but when has Nick Saban gotten quarterback wrong?
Never really, but it is
I mean, again,
some of the other quarterbacks were supported by great running games, and I guess the quarterback wide receiver group being put together is passing game.
Yeah, passing game. Yeah. So
it's such a big part of football now as opposed to 2009.
Sure. So I mean, the wide receiver part of that does worry me a little bit. I'm just going to play odds on Nick Saban getting quarterback right. I mean, in the time he's been there, they just haven't missed on quarterback. So I don't know. I don't know that either Milroe or Simpson can come in and play to the level of a Mac Jones or a Tua or, a Jalen Hurts or maybe even a Bryce Young. Maybe, I don't know that anybody knew Bryce Young was going to be what he was. So maybe you've got a Bryce Young standing over there. I don't know.
With Auburn's A-Day tomorrow, weather permitting, whatever they end up doing down at Auburn, and we'll talk to Hoke in the next segment. I'll ask you the same question for that. What do you think the biggest concern is for Auburn? Is it quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, that's where a quarterback needs to be standalone. I mean, that is a concern for me.
See, I would put them together, too. Even if you get quarterback right, how good are the receivers? Sometimes great receivers can make the quarterback better.
Yeah, they can cover up bad quarterback play. Yeah. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But or cover up to an extent. I mean, you can have, you can have Jerry Rice, T.O., and Marvin Harrison out there, and if you got bad quarterback play, those guys can only do so much.
Speaking of quarterbacks, as you see Auburn getting ready for their A-Day, speaking of quarterbacks, last night in Atlanta, what a special moment. Braves home opener, a couple years removed from the World Series championship now. Didn't win it last year, did the year before. But in the meantime, one guy has been winning championships. And that is the guy who threw out the first pitch last night in Atlanta. Braves win 7-6. Pregame, though, that is two-time national championship winning quarterback Stetson Bennett, Georgia native. Bennett. Yeah, gets out there and he gets a throw on the Braves jersey and probably played pretty good baseball growing up. Got a good arm there, and you'll see on the replay coming up here. Just Stetson gets up there, a
little high and right.
Yeah, and you do that when you don't pitch off the bump there a lot. You got to bend over a little bit more to get it down in the strike zone. But guy brings a little heat.
He did now.
And Stetson Bennett, huge applause as you would imagine from Braves Nation last night. It's good to be Stetson Bennett the rest of his life in the state of Georgia, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think Stetson Bennett probably will never buy another drink never have to pay for another meal, probably never have to pay a car payment. I think a lot of things Stetson Bennett will probably get the rest of his life in the state of Georgia. I think that man lives in Georgia free if he can't make it in the NFL. And there's a chance, you never know, he makes it in the NFL. I mean, he's going to get a crack, right?
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, he's going to get a shot in the NFL.
You'll get into a camp and see what can happen. Draft coming up later this month. Braves beat the Padres in what some people believe is an NLCS preview. 7-6, the series continues, weather permitting, all weekend long over in Atlanta. Two big updates coming up, one on LT, one on the Masters. But first, Brownie, tell us about the Indy Grand Prix returning to the Birmingham area out of the beautiful Barber's Motorsports Park.
It is coming up very soon, and it's got a new name. The Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, April 28th through 30th at the Barber Motorsports Park. Our guy, Paul Feinbaum. Paul, with a seat in the press box next to Lunsford at one point, will give the most famous command in racing. And there'll be legends there such as Elio Castroneves, Scott Dixon, Marcus Erickson.
Paul, they hadn't raced nobody, Paul.
They're all the field of the fastest race car drivers of the world. Don't miss the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, powered by First. Tickets are limited, selling fast. Get yours today, IndyAlabama.com.
Paul, you and I have been friends. You know this, Paul. Paul, Mario Andretti. I was told one time in Tuscaloosa I was going to be the next Mario Andretti till I got injured and I had to stop.
Thank you for your call. Bert is up.
How's he gonna say, gentlemen, start your engines, Rockstar?
Gentlemen, start your engine.
I'll give you a Country Boy IndyCar ass whipping. That's what I'll do.
I'll give him a NASCAR ass whipping.
All right. So LT yesterday goes through surgery. We appreciate all the concerns and all of you reaching out about LT. Our little T, Taylor, went over to take a humidifier, which was recommended by doctors to keep, everything
flowing, right?
Yeah. Everything moist.
Moist is the word you're looking for. Yeah.
I was trying to avoid. I was looking for another word.
I think that's the word.
My wife
Juicy
kicks me every time. You don't want anything to get dry and too scabby too quick.
That's right.
In the old throat and nasal passage there. So little T takes a humidifier over to LT yesterday, and like any great social media director, she says, LT's a little bit on drugs right now. This seems like a great opportunity for content. And I love this, and I don't know if Lance knows that we have been filming him, but here is a little sample, audio up of Little T's interaction with LT yesterday right after surgery.
Dude, my throat hurts bad already. I like that hoodie, her quarter zip. But it took a long time for the OR to get down to 60 degrees. Keep everything sterile.
Lady Bird.
I just, they played hip hop for me. I got the request.
What'd you request?
90s hip hop, and so I don't know if Dr. Ellis liked it, but they played it. But then I passed out, and I woke up and my throat's pretty much killing me, but we're gonna get past that, I guess.
This is the best.
My kids recommended these. I bet you used to have these, probably, right? That's pretty good, though. Yeah. I think I'm on plenty of meds right now. They told me no edibles or alcohol tonight, so I can attack that tomorrow. I think I'm correct in saying the weekend starts tomorrow, right? So I will partake a little bit, not a lot. I just wish I could have a sandwich or a burger. Starving. These are damn good. I might get some more of these. I think I can do like mashed up mac and cheese and mashed potatoes. I wonder, I love the white cheddar cheese puffs. They kind of melt in your mouth, you know? Now, this shell might be a problem. As I say, peanut butter M&Ms. Damn, these go fast though. Yeah, that's delicious.
What is he drinking?
It's yogurt.
Oh, so it's just a drinkable yogurt?
Yeah.
Or is it just legit yogurt? And
It's drinkable yogurt. It's remember, it was one of the things he brought during our Hot Ones challenge. He had a variety of things to make the burnings stop. As Danimals is the official name.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So is
Danimals?
He went back to it 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
Damn, this is legit.
That's good. Man. I like this.
I mean, he gave it damn is good, and then it got really good.
Kept some on his flavor saver.
Charles has known us a long time, great female listener. Poor guy, he's going to kill y'all when he finds out y'all shown all this. Maybe.
The show's an open book, man.
Yeah. It is.
I keep you to stare down.
What? Rockstar, can I not look at you again?
What?
Yeah.
I mean,
go ahead.
No, I just Rockstar. There are two types of people in the world, by and large. Now, this is going to be a bit of a stereotype. There are people that when you meet somebody or you go somewhere, you immediately find the positive or you immediately find the negative. And Rockstar is just one of those guys that looks for the negative.
I would agree with that.
Yep.
Partially.
Okay.
But not this. This wasn't an insult. This was, you had an air about you. I can't give because he knocked over children. I didn't say anything like that. I just said he had an air of cockiness to him.
I mean, that's just without context.
A lot of people have that in this world.
Right.
Sometimes it's a good thing to be cocky.
Right.
But my God, I didn't know that it was from what Lunsford said to what I said. I just chopped you down. Yeah. Again, lasting impression.
There's just very little context.
Yeah, that's in the podcast that we were talking about earlier. If you want to go watch that, you can do that on all of our platforms.
Yes,
we set up the LT thing there. All of you guys are reacting over in the chat room. We'll get to some of those comments. LT will join us coming up at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you today by our friends at MyBookie. Can get you into some master pairings. Who can do this or that for the Masters the rest of the weekend. Baseball for the weekend. The NBA playoffs are starting pretty soon. Just a great time with our friends at MyBookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag code next round gets you in with a sign-on bonus up to $2,000. And here's the great thing. When you use code next round there at MyBookie.ag, there are no strings attached. That bonus goes into your account. You bet at one time. It's yours and yours forever. Now, a lot of places are going to make you bet it 5 times, 6 times, 10 times. Not MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag code next round, and it is yours forever with just one single bet. Jim mentioned all the stuff you can play there. If you're looking to try to make money, you just want to make it fun, more interesting, you can do that at MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag code next round.
All right, before we get to a leaderboard update on the Masters, let's put into, because they got out early today and there's already movement on the leaderboard, but yesterday's round one is worth talking about here in the opening segment before we get to Justin Hokanson to talk Auburn football. You had unlikely leaders, 3 of them after round one. John Rahm was supposed to be there, but these stats are unbelievable on Brooks Koepka, who was a co-leader after round one. He did not finish inside the top 50 of any major last year, not inside the top 50, and he comes out in round one after really not playing a lot, being a live guy, and he was there at -7.
Yeah, he's been injured, but he has obviously been a little bit vague about his injury. He's not a guy that shares a ton with the media, so the extent of the injury might be a little bit unknown, but he was clearly injured last year. It appears, Jim, he is back 100% healthy now. He is at 8 under. He is the solo leader right now by a shot over Jason Day, who's 2 under on the day. Brooks Koepka, when healthy and when he was playing a lot on the PGA Tour, played very well on this course. So this is a place that suits him very, very well. And if he's 100%, his game's 100%, there is zero reason he can't win this thing and put Greg Norman to the test and see if there's 18 guys out there waiting on him.
So Koepka and Rahm. Rahm was supposed to be there. Koepka's won majors and hadn't played well in a while. And then there's Victor Hovland, who had never, ever shot around in the 60s at Augusta National. And he goes out yesterday and he goes 7 under par. That is a big flip from what he has done on that course. He's only 25. I know that.
Great young player,
hadn't played there a lot.
Yeah.
But he had never done that before, and he had a great day yesterday, and you just wonder if he can keep it up.
Well, there's a big learning curve on this course, and I think you see that with Hovland, that he's going through the learning curve. He was a machine yesterday. Fantastic with that 65. This is a great young player. I mean, he's going to win multiple majors in all likelihood. So it would not be a surprise at all if he is in the mix come Sunday for this.
Rory had a dreadful start. We'll talk about him later on. Tiger fought his butt off to get to 2 over to stay in the mix to make the cut today. We'll continue to talk Masters throughout the show and projected cut lines and all of that as we move. The leaderboard right now with golfers on the course has Koepka on top still.
Yeah, he's a shot ahead of Jason Day, who birdied the 2nd and 3rd. So Day is 2 under on his day. Hovland and Rahm, both at 7 under, have yet to tee off. Sam Bennett, the amateur done away. 4 under 68 yesterday was the talk of the tournament. The kid from Texas A&M. What do you think he did on number 1 today?
I would say if you're an amateur and you've got all the overnight sleep, you go out there and I would chili dip it and hit it about 60 yards.
He started with a birdie. He's to 5 under, so it's not a not yet, not a one-day wonder for him.
He's the Johnny Manziel of golf
He is.
from Texas A&M. I tell you what, I guarantee he doesn't have Jimbo Fisher on his bag calling plays.
So? Oh, I wish he did. Would Lance watch this weekend if he did?
Oh, a little shot at Jimbo's offense there. Hey, more on the history of Jimbo Fisher's offense and coaches calling plays later on. But right now, we'll tell you Justin Hokanson coming up on the other side to talk a little Auburn football. Brought to you in part today, this opening segment by our friends at Michelson, that leaderboard update. Seen clearly thanks to our friends at Michelson. It's time for you to ask that question, is LASIK surgery right for you? You can call Michelson Laser Vision 969-8100. That's 205-969-8100. Or you can visit them online, michelsonlaservision.com. Always tell them you heard about it here on the show. Michelson Laser Vision changed the life of so many people, including our man LT. It could change yours too. Stop missing plays. Stop missing just the beauty of the earth by not being able to see clearly on a beautiful day. Beautiful sunsets coming up, a trip to the ocean, that blurry stuff on the horizon. Don't worry about it anymore. Get the LASIK changing life procedure from our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. 205-969-8100, 205-969-8100, or michelsonlaservision.com. When we come back, Hokanson on Auburn football. Later on, LT with us at 10. And then in the final hour, Rockstar's Lounge today as we kick off the offseason with a little musical tribute from Rockstar to get us into the weekend right here on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Before we talk a little football with Justin Hokanson, last night in college baseball, Texas A&M beat Auburn as the Tigers blew a 3-run lead, 9-5 in that one. 1 o'clock today, maybe a doubleheader depending about the weather. Mississippi State beat Alabama 12-8 as SEC's baseball weekend started last night because of Easter on Sunday. Everybody dodging raindrops and wind and thunderstorms through the weekend trying to get these games in. Number 15, Florida beat number 19, Auburn in softball 2-1, extra innings there. And number 14, Alabama beat South Carolina 2-1, extra innings there on the dirt last night. Bromberg's brings you your pursuit for that perfect diamond to pop the question this offseason.
It does indeed. Bromberg's, I mean, they are an institution. You know how you get to be an institution? You do things the right way, and that's what they've been doing. Family-owned and operated since 1836. An extensive gift-aware department servicing the registries of brides and grooms of the Birmingham area. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and online at brombergs.com. Justin Hokanson covers all things Auburn for On3 Sports, auburnlive.com. @_Jay Hokanson is where you find him on Twitter. He's with us on the johnstonrvcenter.com hotline. What's up, Hoke? How are you?
Good, man. Good. Just taking the little one to daycare, so she's going to be front and center for this one.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
So I will, I'll point out the obvious. Tomorrow's weather is going to be terrible for a spring game. So I don't know what Hugh Freeze had planned to do as far, he's tried to tamp down expectations. I do know that, but I don't know. If the weather's what is predicted, I don't even know how much offense you can reasonably run anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what that's going to look like tomorrow. Don't know how hard it's going to be raining. Looks like it's going to be raining. It's also going to be chilly, probably in the 50s, maybe colder. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's a 60-minute running clock anyway. So you're talking about just 60 minutes of action at the most of the running clock, and then you toss in some rain, and I don't really know what you can hope to accomplish specifically in the passing game, and then more specifically with trying to run tempo the way they do things. They'll still do they're going to run their offense, but yeah, I can't imagine you're going to see as much throwing of the football as you would have. And so that'll be interesting to see. Maybe a lot of running the football, maybe tempo in that, and then trying to throw. But it's maybe not a bad thing, because I already was thinking, look, you got to go into this thing with some perspective when you're looking at the quarterbacks and stuff like that, and sort of taking everything with a grain of salt, and maybe the rain will sort of help tamp down those expectations, and where people aren't maybe taking too much from it. But yeah, I can't imagine exactly what you're going to get accomplished. I'm curious to see even how many fans show up to this thing, just because of the weather. It's what it's going to look like. So It'll be 60 minutes. It'll be quick.
Yeah, I'd projected they'd move it to the indoor facility and just tell the fans, don't bother, or let some elite ones come down and walk through the complex and maybe stand on the sidelines during that. But
elite ones, I like that.
Yeah,
you're talking
better known as elite checking accounts.
Yeah, that's going to be dollar related, is what that's going to be.
Justin, listen, if you're a real football fan, the work in the spring and lead up camps in the fall are done away from the public's eyes and the media's eyes. That's where the real work is done. So we count on people like you with the sources and stuff. And you talk about development of quarterbacks at Auburn Live, T.J. Finley and Robbie Ashford and Holden Gerner. I'll ask you this first. Are you surprised that T.J. Finley is still on this team right now? I thought there was a point last year that he was leaving. Are you even surprised T.J. Finley is still on this team?
Yeah. I thought in the off season, I thought that he was going to that he might be gone. Now he graduates this spring, but still, I wasn't necessarily thinking he would hang around and be a part of the team and go through spring practice and stuff. I thought maybe he'd hang around and finish school and then go elsewhere. I think it was really close, to him, leaving the team. He was off the team at the end of last year. had some issues going on. I think his dad had said reportedly mental issues, so like mental, kind of health type stuff. I think the coaches at the time were like, that's fine. I think at that point they were probably fine with him staying away and just doing what he needed to do. So yeah, a little surprised he's still on the team. I'll be surprised if he's here in the summer. I mean, he graduates. His fiance's from Louisiana. There's some logic to maybe transferring as a grad and going back home to Louisiana, something like that, and playing a year, especially when this quarterback battle is going to go into the fall. You're probably going to bring in a transfer. That's the hope for Auburn. And so I can't imagine him wanting to hang around past graduation to try to win this job one more fall. It could happen, but that would just surprise me. And so we'll see what happens, but it would kind of surprise me if he hangs around past the spring.
Yeah. And most of the Auburn people I talk to on the golf course are friends of mine. They are divided between they believe in Robbie Ashford, that he could develop into a Malik Willis-like player at Liberty, and those that wanted to go into the portal. What I never hear anybody talk about is Holden Geriner, who came in as a 4-star quarterback and had a lot of upside. So talk to me about what you're hearing about his development and where he is on his growth to be a college quarterback someday.
Yeah, I think the last couple of weeks we've started to hear a little bit more about him, maybe the last 2 weeks specifically, that he's started to have some good practices. And maybe that's a confidence thing for a young kid like him, where it just takes one. It just takes one thing for the switch to flip. And so I think he's had a couple of good weeks of practice in terms of being an accurate quarterback. I think he's probably got some pretty good fundamentals, but I think his accuracy has been improved. Freeze talked about that. So, with a young kid like that, if he can get some confidence rolling, who knows what you can accomplish. And I think maybe that's some of the things he's been lacking. Last year he's young and inexperienced, and then coming into this thing, you have a new offense and new coaches, and there's a little uncertainty. But if he's got some confidence going, it could really kick him into high gear coming into the summer. And then it's going to come down to being a good leader, being somebody the team can follow. That Hugh Freeze has said that so many times over the past couple of weeks, how important the summer is going to be in terms of what they hear about leadership, what they hear about what players like the quarterback, who they want to follow. I think that's going to be massive. And I think Holden does a good job. I think Holden's kind of one of those guys that's well liked on the team, kind of does his work, doesn't step out of his lane or try to be anybody he's not. And so I think the last couple of weeks have been big for Holden. I would say would be curious to see what we see tomorrow, but I just don't think you're going to be able to judge much from it. But I think he's in great position. Hypothetically, if TJ Finley were to leave, it clears out TJ. Robbie's a different type of quarterback. I think they would have to cater towards Robbie the same way they maybe cater towards Malik. I think Holden can probably do more in the passing game. Not probably, can do more in the passing game. And so then I think it's going to just depend on the transfer and who they bring in. But I think Holden's poised to go into the summer, do good work, and go into the fall. And even if they bring in a portal guy, I think Holden's poised to at least try to make some noise. I think the last 2 weeks have been big for him.
Justin Hokanson with us for a few more moments on 3 Sports. AuburnLive.com you can also follow him on Twitter @_J Hokanson as he joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. From your tweet earlier, from yesterday actually, I will take quarterback off. All right. So Hugh Freeze says Auburn is in the portal market for the following positions, and if you could maybe just kind of prioritize. If you were Hugh Freeze, how do you think he prioritizes these? Quarterback off the board here. Safety, offensive line, corner, and rush guy. Those 4. Safety, OL, he says a few offensive linemen, corner, and rush guy. What do you think the priority is for him? Or at least I guess the biggest order of need, maybe, if you will.
I would probably say rush guy, because you don't have anybody there. You lost Leota and Derek Hall. I think Elijah McAllister's an experienced player, but he's not an elite player. You're hoping Keldrick Falk lives up to the hype. So I would say a rush player would be massive. I'd put that 1. I would put probably, I don't know, corner. They're gonna have some guys coming in. They just don't have a lot of depth there. It's a lot of youth. So I would maybe if you could go land a legitimate corner that started college football games, that would probably be huge because if Nehemiah Pritchett or DJ James were to go down, you're going to have a ton of youth at the corner position, like freshmen. So I would go corner there.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that, Hoke. I agree with you on that because, I mean, how many times are you actually in your normal package anyway? How often are you in nickel or some form of nickel dime? So you need those extra corners out there. That's a good call by you. Who's third for you?
Yeah, corner. I'd go I'd probably put safety in there too. I think they need depth. And then I would maybe put a few offensive linemen. And that sounds crazy because the offensive linemen needed so much work, but I think they did a lot of work in the offseason. I like maybe the first 7. I think they've got 7, decent ones. And so, I don't know, that safety lineman could probably mix, but I would say rush 1, corner 2, if you could go find the right rush guy to make an impact. And if you could go find a corner that's played legit football that you can depend on, that'd be my first 2. And then I could probably interchange another safety and maybe another, because offensive lineman at this point, that's going to be adding depth. So same thing with safety. Those 2 are going to be finding somebody for depth, whereas corner and rush, you maybe could find somebody that's going to play legitimate snaps.
Okay, and we've joked a lot about this because it's what we do on this show, but, I mean, every time we play Hugh Freeze after practice video, he seems so distraught. Is it coming across that way in person?
No, I mean, only because I'm in it, and so I can kind of tell that he's not distraught. He's just, I think, trying to be honest. I watched an interview yesterday with our J.D. Pickell at On 3, and he was sort of the same way. I think he is trying to just bring expectations down. I think he's just trying to be real and keep his energy a little bit lower on these interviews in press conferences because there's work to do. And I don't think he wants to come out and be like, I tell you what, that we're going to be, I think he's just trying to kind of chill out on the expectations. What's funny is, I think it was last week or maybe 2 press conferences ago, I asked him, I said, in that press conference, I said, hey, I said, you've been really transparent about the quarterbacks and about, the work they need to do. I said, 1, have you always been like that? And 2, what's the value you see in praising them and critiquing them in public and kind of the way you did? And he gave this answer about just, hey, I just want to be transparent. That's all I want to do. Well, afterwards, he came up to me and he genuinely was asking. He wasn't calling me out or mad. He was genuinely asking. He goes, hey, do you think I'm being too negative? And I'm like, no. I said, I don't think that at all. I don't take it that way. I think you're being honest, and I think the fans are taking it that way. I think they're seeing you just being straightforward about what you're seeing. And so he was a little bit, because he doesn't want to come off negative. He doesn't want to come off too negative. But I think he's just trying to be honest and keep expectations at a manageable level right now.
Yeah, and he was talking earlier this week, even I'm showing what he did with his hands, talking about getting into huddles for the spring game and such. And, I know some of that is tongue-in-cheek because he's not, a big huddle guy usually. So you make a point when I read your stuff that even Gus Malzahn towards the end of his time at Auburn had slowed it down from where Gus used to really NASCAR it up a little bit in the pace of play. And other people play a lot faster now than even Gus used to play at Auburn. So where does Hugh Freeze fall into that? If he gets the quarterback, if he gets everything going the way he wants it, and I'm not necessarily saying this first year, but when he gets the roster right, how fast do you think Hugh really likes to play?
I mean, I think they'll be moving. I mean, I've talked to a couple players here in practice that have brought up Ole Miss. And we know how fast they can go, that have brought up that tempo in terms of how fast they've run at practice at times. So I think when they're going, I think he'll go as fast as they can go. I think the difference will be, them deciding to slow down at times situationally, as opposed to maybe other teams that just say, no, we're going all the time. We're never really going to slow down. And so I think maybe some of that situational slowness, if you will, I think will be a little bit different. But I think when they're going, if he's got the quarterback that can make the quick reads and he feels confident doing it, I think they'll be rolling. I think there'll be some kind of combination of what you see from Tennessee and a little bit of what you see from Ole Miss, specifically Tennessee and those downfield shots. I think that's what Auburn wants to do more of, is take some of those vertical shots within the tempo. So I think when they're going, they'll be going. And I think, yeah, it'll be very different. I mean, Gus made that living on tempo, but I mean, after the first few years at Auburn, that wasn't really, I mean, at times they did it, but it went away. You think about when he first got there as OC in 2009 with Chris Todd and Ben Tate and those guys, they were trying to fly. And then that slowed down a lot as people sort of realized that maybe that hurts your defense a little bit. But I think they're going to try to ratchet it up when they can, yeah.
Yeah, and real quickly, I know you're short on time and you got to get your daughter in so she can have a good day at daycare there, but receivers, I keep going back to this probably too much because not everybody has great receivers in the country. Give me one guy you think can step out of that group and be a playmaker, a go-to dog in the receiving corps. And I'm not saying win. I'm not saying win the Blitnikoff. I'm just saying to be the best guy on the team. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nick Marner's got potential because of his height and length. He's going to be a great target, I think. And then I would go to two guys, maybe Javaris Johnson, who has done good things, but he has never been targeted consistently. Who's really fast from the slot and can get open. Jay Fair's another young guy that could do some good things, but I would look right now at either Nick Marner or Javaris Johnson if I'm trying to find who do I think is going to be maybe the best receiver or the most reliable receiver for different reasons. Javaris has played football, he's experienced, and he's fast. Nick Marner's played football as well as experienced, but he's got that 6'6" length. And so one of those two guys, if not both, I'm sort of looking at as seeing maybe one of those guys, if not both, are kind of the most reliable targets and the guy that steps out and becomes somebody that you can depend on.
All right, he is Justin Hokanson. Do a lot of things. Go follow him on Twitter at _J Hokanson. You Auburn fans, go get a subscription at Auburn Live, part of On3 Sports, and support Hoke and all the content he is putting out. We greatly appreciate the time, Hoke. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. You too.
All right, buddy. Hokanson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A lot of questions in that Auburn spring game. I don't think a ton will be answered tomorrow, frankly.
They never are.
No.
And as we talked about, the work is always done this time of year and even early in fall camp before anyone can see it. And then sometimes your big boosters and red elephant clubs or whatever the equivalent of that is at Auburn, they get in and maybe see one of the last scrimmages for the season, and it really all starts to come into focus. Speaking of coming into focus, Brown, with a movement atop the leaderboard here in just a second after I tell you this Masters leaderboard update being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. A lock will go out a little bit later on. I'm not sure it'll be spelled right when Lance sends it out later on. He's scheduled to join us at the top of the hour, but he'll send out a lock a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor. Hemp Hill brings you the lock every day, and it's brought to you by those great folks at Hemp Hill, Adam, Chad, and that team over there. The company that when you got a plumbing problem or a cooling or heating problem, or if you just need to get that cooling system checked before the hot temperatures roll in to stay, they will take care of it. They are a company that fix it. They fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they fix it absolutely at a fair price. Plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Brown, is Brooksy hot or is he cold?
You make a living on the par fives at Augusta. He birdied the par 5 second and eagled the par 5 eighth on the front nine. Therefore, he is 3 under par, 10 under for the tournament, 3-shot lead over Jason Day, who's made a couple of early birdies as well. Day at 7 under. Many of the leaders have yet to tee off, like Hovland and Rahm. If you're Koepka, you want to get it, you could get in at 10, get in at 11, get in at 12, and just pray for crap weather. This guy, if the weather gets bad this afternoon, which they moved it up to try to avoid that, you could have a pretty big lead by the end of this day if it gets really, really bad weather-wise.
That's right.
And it's not as much the rain, it's more the wind, really. This course is difficult to play with no wind. You're on a razor's edge for 18 holes. The wind just exacerbates that. It just magnifies how much of a razor's edge you're on.
And if it's a thunderstorm in the forecast, living in the South, the wind picks up as storms blow in.
Yeah, so even if the guys aren't getting rained on, if the afternoon wave has to play in severe wind, that is huge for Brooks Koepka.
Yeah, just the front line of the thunderstorms that may be blowing in. Before there's lightning, before there's rain, before play is stopped, you're dealing with some bad conditions. Not drainage problems usually, just other stuff. We will jump into our 4 downs and then talk to LT at the top of the hour. Later on, Rockstar in the Lounge and Peter Burns, NASCAR. You just heard the NASCAR reference to the way Gus Malzahn liked to speed it up. We always talk speed over at Talladega, the world's fastest speedway.
877-GO-TO-DAGA to get on board for the Geico 500 weekend or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. It's all going to start Friday, April 21st with a big one on the boulevard, that massive party that they have there every year. It is so much fun. Saturday, you got a doubleheader of racing and a Cole Swindell concert. And then Sunday, April 23rd, the Geico 500. They'll drop the green flag there at Talladega. You can be part of it and enhance your race weekend by adding Talladega's Garage Experience, presented by Cool Ray. You can see more on that. You can secure your spot by calling 877-GO-TO-DAGA or visiting TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Back with you on The Next Round, the show being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. We're about to hear from Trent Dilfer, who is the UAB coach, first-year coach, and his spring game was last night, but it wasn't the end of their spring. I like the way he's doing this. Played his spring game for the public last night at Protective Stadium, and before the bad weather came in on a Thursday night, but it was scheduled for Thursday night because it's just you get a better crowd out there of UAB fans. and then you celebrate, do a bunch of stuff, and then he's got 4 more practices after this next week, so you can sort of react to being in that spotlight with the fans in the stands, and then you go back and you do a little something else, and I sort of like that move by Trent Dilfer there. You'll hear from the coach after you tell us about Johnston.
Johnston RV is having a clean sweep RV sale this April. They are getting any leftover, what little 2022s they have left, out of the way. They've got some Coachman Prisms, some Sunseeker motorhomes that are available at deep discounts. If you've always wanted one, but you want to save, now is the time to strike. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator, always online, johnstonrvcenter.com. Don't forget, every new RV you buy there, lifetime warranty. Anything under 2 years used, lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever. So it's a great deal. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator, always online at johnstonrvcenter.com.
All right, johnstonrvcenter.com hotline, and we'll hear from LT coming up in the next segment. You guys wanting an update from our colleague here who had a tonsil surgery yesterday. Some of you were asking what was up, what surgery, is LT okay, blah, 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 blah. Tonsil surgery, he's doing great, and he'll join us hopefully in 10 minutes. May not be able to talk, may have to go whiteboard only, but we'll check that out coming up at the top of the hour. Here's Trent Dilfer, UAB's coach. Last night, Protective Stadium, after the UAB spring game, in which it was defense versus offense, which is why it was a weird score. But a big offensive blowout for UAB. The defense dominated the offense. And when you're a quarterback guru coach like Trent Dilfer and a former NFL quarterback, you would imagine that when the defense dominates your offense, even though that's where the more talent is returning on this team, you're going to be a little disappointed.
Had 10 great practices. I thought tonight was, although it was a spring game, it was designed to be more of a practice setting, work on fundamentals and the basics of the game, but also evaluate kind of their temperament, how they handle situations. You know, there's a lot of situations in a scrimmage that come up, so having situational awareness. And I thought it would be better than it was. I thought defensively it was winning football. First half they got the ball moved on them, but they were able to, for the most part, except the one touchdown, get stops, hold the field goals. And then they definitely came out in the second half with a winning mindset.
It sounds like from everything you read, 2 things. Number one, the defense well ahead of the offense, which I don't think is a huge surprise. I think you find that a lot in spring and early and fall practice.
Especially in a public setting when you're putting the folks out there with a vanilla offense because you don't want to show too much.
Yeah, and number 2, it appears Jacob Zeno, it is his job to lose at quarterback unless Trent Dilfer hasn't liked what he has seen at quarterback and might attack the transfer portal, which is, by the way, hey, I got Jacob Zeno. So, you know, if Dilfer isn't 100% comfortable, it will be interesting to see if he does any shopping whether he's public about it or not. And like Hugh Freeze has been pretty public about, hey, we're going shopping, man. You know, Dilfer may not be public about it or, you know, whatever. But anyway, it'll be interesting to see if he maybe does some shopping in the portal for another quarterback. If he's not comfortable with Zeno, he may be 100% comfortable with him.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's his job to lose.
Here's the problem. 5 interceptions, but you played all the quarterbacks. But the problem was all night long, as you watch the tape, the offensive line, which is all new, tackle to tackle, had a hard time giving the quarterbacks any time at all, which forces turnover, which forces mistakes, and all of that. So the offensive line, if you're a UAB fan, is where you've got to improve the most before you get into American Conference play next year. So that's UAB spring. Auburn spring game is tomorrow. Alabama's a big scrimmage today in Bryant-Denny. Let's do 4 downs here, Rockstar. It's brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 downs and 4 great locations.
Yeah, and listen, don't lose focus on your vehicle when you start focusing on this, you know, everything that's going on, right? Spring weather, getting outside, things like that. Keep focused on your vehicle, keeping it in top shape. The ASE certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Right now with Brooks Koepka where he is, the weather that's going to happen, if I gave you now a live golfer finishes in the top 3 or not, how would you go? I mean, still too early to say win it or not, but that's where I was the other day. Top 3 golfer or not, live at the Masters.
So Furman, I think, said it was plus 500 live golfer win or not. to start the tournament. Really, the only one that has a shot is Koepka. I mean, it would take a heroic effort by any of the other live guys to get up there. So basically, I mean, Dustin Johnson's two under, so he's within striking distance. But there are just not a ton of live golfers that are anywhere close. Cam Smith hasn't played yet; he's 2 under today. So you're banking on Koepka.
And with the way he's playing, with the weather coming in, he's going to be done before the worst stuff comes in. Do you feel like he can get this around to be a top 3 finish, which is why I made this so difficult?
I would pick yes. I would say yes on that. I don't know what kind of odds you'd give me, but I'd say yes on that one. Just because of Brooks Koepka, obviously. He's your only option, but the way he's playing, and to your point, if he can get this thing in at 10, 11, 12 under, and then the wind kicks up this afternoon in front of the storms, he's sitting in great position.
But your concern, of course, being that he played last year in all the majors, slightly injured, but not in the top 50 anywhere, so at some point he can go off the rails, and he hadn't been playing a ton of golf.
He has not. I mean, none of those guys have. Somebody asked, didn't Phil do okay? He's even par on the day, about to make the turn, so he'd have a lot of ground to make up to get in the top 3. That was Dunaway's question.
Yeah, that was Michael over in the chat room and others. Did Phil do okay? He is on the course today. Also, benefit of being out there before the weather. Let's do second down.
Second down.
Better at calling plays in their day as an offensive head coach in Florida. Not now, but when they were in the state of Florida. Steve Spurrier at Florida, Jimbo Fisher at Florida State.
I'd go definitely Spurrier. Spurrier changed, Jimbo with Jameis Winston might have had the overall best player. I don't know. Danny Werfel was pretty dang good. So
both won one national championship.
Yeah, but I mean, Spurrier changed the way the game was played. You hear that often, that every team in the Southeastern Conference had to react to what Steve Spurrier was doing offensively.
Yeah, he may
and
not
I don't
have
think
changed,
Jimbo did that.
He may not have changed the overall game of college football, but changed the way we played it in the SEC for sure.
No doubt. Everybody had to find an answer to what Spurrier was doing on offense. You had to adjust your defense to meet it, and then you had to take a long, hard look at your offense and say, can we keep up with this? So I think Spurrier changed the way football was played in the Southeastern Conference. I don't think you'd say that about Jimbo in the ACC. He was really good at what he did, but I'd still go Spurrier in that one.
I agree with you. Let's do third down.
Third down.
A lot of questions about this. So with another portal window coming open in Auburn's A-Day game tomorrow, quarterback that takes the first snap in the first game for Auburn this year in 148 days, is he on the team right now or not?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask for a name. I had a name for you. He is not on the team right now.
Not on the team.
Yeah.
Okay, who's the name?
Well, I mean,
you keep going to Grayson McCall?
If you made me bet on it, I'd go Grayson McCall. I'm not certain he's coming to Auburn.
So you'd bet on Grayson McCall over anybody on the team?
Well, just tell me, if Grayson McCall comes to Auburn, if I gave you that piece of information.
If they bring in a portal guy, he'll start.
That's why I'm saying that. Yeah, I think Hugh Freeze has, he's taken a long, hard look at this, and he said, I got to find some help out of the portal. So I think they'll go get a portal guy that'll start. So I would say your eventual starter is not on the team currently. Don't watch. I mean, Hoke still left the door open for TJ Finley to leave in the summer. That it's not a given that Finley's even going to be on this roster in the fall. I mean, that would be kind of be on brand for TJ Finley.
It would. Rockstar wants you and Forrester to chime in on this one. Let's do fourth down.
Fourth down.
On Netflix, some of the movies that have come on to the streaming series, the streaming service this month, includes 2 sports movies, Friday Night Lights and A League of Their Own. Forrester first. Have you seen both of them, and which one did you like most?
I have seen both. I'd probably go A League of Their Own.
You like A League of Their Own more than Friday Night Lights? Interesting.
I like the series Friday Night Lights more than the movie.
I did too.
I would agree with him on that, which was crazy. Both movies were movies that were turned into series. I never watched A League of Their Own on Prime. I remember that came out last year. The League of Their Own, because of Tom Hanks. Shockingly, Madonna is not a bad actress. Rosie O'Donnell, It Had to Be You. Was the first baseman that nobody really likes because she's a bit of a butch. So it's a good movie, yeah.
I've never seen A League of Their Own. I am with Forrester up to a point. I liked the Friday Night Lights series more than I liked the movie. When Coach Taylor took the college job, I kind of tapped out, but you've always told me he comes back to the high school level, but it just felt like it was a fundamental change at that point.
Yeah.
So I would go Friday Night Lights.
Yeah, Billy Bob was great in Friday Night Lights. Rosie O'Donnell, Ashley said, I think she was at third base, I think.
Gina Davis.
Yeah.
And then
a lot of stars. Madonna was in there. Chase says A League of Their Own is the best sports movie in my opinion.
Wow, that's a big statement.
Marla is the character you're thinking of, says Troy.
Yes. I love Marla. John Lovitz. Forgot about John Lovitz.
Scott.
I liked John Lovitz.
Forrester goes Texas Forever. Clear Eyes, Full Heart, right?
No, that is Friday Night Lights. And I didn't hate that movie. I'm just saying I like the series better.
Okay, LT joins us next segment. That is Four Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires. And then I'll give you a couple other movies that are on Netflix that you guys may like.
Yeah, don't forget to keep that focus. So we lose focus often. And look, we lose focus on this show. That's who we are, right? Don't forget to keep focus on your vehicle. Keep it in top shape with ASE certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Okay, also American Hustle, which I liked on Netflix now,
good.
streaming. I like American Hustle.
Very good movie. One of those I watched the first time and didn't like it as much as I did in subsequent viewings.
Would you call that a bad first impression?
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
The Bourne movies.
I liked most of those.
All the Smokey and the Bandits are on
Loved it.
Netflix.
Love the first one.
And Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3.
Is Tobey Maguire Spider-Man?
I don't know which one.
I think it is Tobey Maguire.
All right. LT standing by already. He is Bo Nix today. I guess I'm running a little late.
It is 10 o'clock.
He is dialed in, ready to go at 10 o'clock. LT, shock you. We're running a tad late. Quick break here, and then we'll hear from Lance, who, by the way, looks fantastic post-surgery. Less than 24 hours since his surgery.
He looks, get a new face.
That wasn't plastic surgery.
I don't know. I think around this area it looks a little skinnier right here. When we come back, we'll talk to LT. Stay with us.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Legacy Credit Union is partnering with the Legacy for Good Foundation for a supply drive benefiting the Ronald McDonald House Charity of Alabama. Supplies include dish soap, hand soap, paper towels, and more. Visit DoSomethingGoodToday.net. That's DoSomethingGoodToday.net for a complete list of items you can donate. Donations can be made online or at one of Legacy Credit Union's 9 locations in the greater Birmingham area.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, let's give you an update on LT and then the Masters and everything else here, and as we roll into another hour of the next round. Being brought to you today by our friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years, and depending on how LT's voice is, we may get him to jump in and do a Woodhouse Day Spa or something like that, a sliced pizza. We'll see if LT can do spots today or not. But Wayne's is celebrating 50 years, man. Just think about being a great company here in the Southeast for 50 years. That's what Wayne's is. They want to help you right now save a little money. Now, listen. This isn't just for new customers. It is for new customers, but not just for new customers. If you're an existing Wayne's customer, maybe you've been with them for 50 years, you can still save money right now. Take $50 off the pest, the termite, take $50 off the mosquito service, $50 off the lawn care. All you have to do is use our promo code TNR. TNR. That's going to save you $50. Stack them up, save $100, $150. All you have to do, promo code TNR, call Waynes.com, or 866-WAYNES1. Listen, we all have mosquitoes sometimes. If you, this time of year with all the rain and stuff, go out there and get that mosquito treatment so you can enjoy the backyard. The lawn care makes it green, plush, keeps it looking good year-round. And then, of course, the pest and termite, which everybody has to have, especially here in the South. So take care of this house and take advantage of this offer. TNR, the promo code. Call Waynes.com, 866-WAYNES1, and use the promo code TNR.
All right, Lance Taylor joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. For those of you that are just tuning in today, you've missed everything. Lance has been on the surgery schedule for his tonsils for quite a while, and it has been a lot of bad reviews for Lance. People telling him it's going to be awful. You don't want to do it. It's been Lance doubting it. But yesterday he went through with it. The doctor said they were the size of eggs. So he had 2 eggs in the back of his throat.
Can't imagine.
So Lance is with us now. Now, I don't know if Lance, can you talk? Or we're going to need to go whiteboard here? What do we got?
He looks great.
You look fantastic.
Yeah,
Jim has pointed out twice.
I can talk.
Wow.
I can talk. It doesn't sound good. I sound a little different. Would he warn me that I would sound different for a couple of days?
No, you know what? I don't hear like you sound like the swollen throat has been your thing, right, Rockstar?
Well, it kind of sounds like you have a cold. That's like the beginning of a cold.
Yeah, right now I do have a swollen throat, and that's why it's difficult to talk right now. But I will tell you this: I don't want to jinx it. Pain is a 2 out of 10. I'm fine.
Yep. I will get to some of our listeners' response on that in just a second, but God bless the United States pharmaceutical companies and what we're able to do. So, yes, 100%. And don't.
I will tell you, I'm on the purple drink right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got a lot of.
That's the painkiller they gave me, the liquid form. I forgot exactly what it's called.
Yeah. I just usually call that, what was the LSU quarterback?
Jamarcus Russell.
Jamarcus. I just call that to Jamarcus. That's what you're on, yeah. Jeb writes in and says, day 3 or 4 post-op, you'll wish you were dead. Sorry to tell you this.
No.
Says Jeb.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way. If I could get out like this, it would be a miracle.
Yeah. Hey, we're cheering for you. But for those that missed it, size of eggs. And a doctor who does, what did he tell you? He does about 8 to 12 of these a day. And he says it's 2 of the biggest tonsils he's ever seen removed from a human being before. Pretty amazing.
And I lived like that literally for 37 years.
Yeah. Now it was drug-induced sleep last night, but did you at least get better sleep the first night without eggs in your throat?
It was the thing. They told me the most important thing is stay off your feet and get plenty of liquid. Make sure you hydrate. And I guess I overhydrated because I got up literally 10 times to pee last night. Wow. And then I got up at 5 a.m. this morning, took my first Z-Pack, had a breakfast. I'll tell you guys what I ate yesterday, too. It was ridiculous.
We saw a little bit. Yeah.
Walked back to the bedroom, got in bed about 7 o'clock, and slept till about 8:30.
Yeah. Did you know that we have been shooting videos and posting them and showing them on the air?
Yeah, I do now. I didn't know at the time because I was out of it when Taylor was shooting them. I remember being at the drugstore picking stuff up, but I don't remember the other interviews.
Yeah, that was day before surgery.
Yeah. Do you remember the spot you did with us yesterday on the phone from the OR?
I do. Yeah, right before I went on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so funny because they took me back, and for whatever reason, you've got to get the OR down to 60 degrees because the humidity and the condensation that would go on the tools. So I was sitting in there with two nurses, and we were talking TV shows. And I said, "Are we gonna have music today?" And they were like, "What do you want?" I said, "Well, give us some 90s hip hop." So they put on 90s hip hop, and they start having this conversation. And they're like, "You won't remember any of this." And I remember everything they said.
Wow. Was there anything incriminating that they said when they said, "You will not remember any of this. Let's talk bad about him"? Or good?
No, it was just, I'll take you guys off the air to some of the, I guess regular banner you guys, we would have at a bar.
Mm-hmm.
They were having that kind of banner.
Yeah, fantastic. I love that. Because you're a professional. I knew that you would not be as out of it. And you remember our stake bet, right? We have on the Masters. You remember that?
Yeah, I've got, hold on, I've got Justin Thomas and I've got Sanjay Young.
You do have both those guys. Yep.
And I've got John Rahm
Rory.
and I got John Rahm and Brooks Koepka.
No, you do not have Brooks Koepka. I'm not going to let you do that to him. Who did you have?
Rory after he said nobody can take Rory.
Yeah, nobody could take Rory. You took Rory and Rahm, though, right?
Yeah, and
Rahm, who
Rahm,
was
yeah.
terrific yesterday after an opening double bogey.
Yeah. No, I kept asking LT, is Rory on the table? He
Yeah,
said
he said
yeah.
yes.
So,
He said yes.
yeah, smart play by him. Go ahead.
I was going to say, my other two golfers, Brown, are Jason Day and Cameron Young.
Yeah, Jason Day is
Seven
in
under.
second right now at 7 under, and Young has yet to go off. He's at 5 under. You're in really good shape. You talking about in the big pool you're in?
Yeah, but I replaced Xander Schauffele with them. So
okay.
Okay, can I just ask you real quick? You've gone. You've got a smoothie. I think a chocolate banana smoothie going. You've got Powerade, and then something in your Yeti cup. I assume is water.
Water.
Yeah. So I mean, and you're rotating that at a pretty good pace there.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough to drink. I mean, that's when it hurts. It hurts more when I speak and when I drink.
Yeah.
Just standing still, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you fighting through it to do this segment with us.
Did they let you keep the tonsils, or did you have any decision if you wanted to keep the tonsils?
Well, I think I would have done it beforehand, but I asked him because I did want to show them to you after the fact, and he said no. We threw those out.
Did he
That's
take
not
it?
nice.
Do you know if he took a photo of them? I mean, size of eggs. I would kind of like to see them.
I don't know. I can find out.
Yeah.
Roommate would know.
Okay.
I bet
We'll
they
ask her.
shoot video of these things. I bet they video
We
it just
did.
in case.
Yeah, I mean,
Body
we did
cam.
everything but. No, I'm really intrigued by this conversation these nurses were having when they thought Lance was under the gas.
Yeah.
I'm really
Well,
fascinated.
maybe
about
that'll
this.
be our
Well, I
next.
thought-
Maybe that'll be our next mystery fifth hour topic.
Well, I
Uh-oh.
I didn't know what to expect. I thought that I might even be able to wear my sweats in there. And right when I get there, they're like, "Put on your birthday suit." So I made sure with a Sharpie that I put, "Stop looking at my dick on my stomach," because I didn't know why they would actually be looking anywhere else except my throat.
Right. So they saw that? They saw that Sharpie?
I'm kidding.
I know you are.
I'm kidding. I didn't do that.
Hey, so while you were under the gas, Pro Football Focus did their mock draft, and they have got Will Levis to the Rams. So while you were under gas, the Will Levis to the Rams talk has started to percolate there.
So basically, according to the mock draft, you've gone from a pain in your throat to a pain in your ass.
That's right. You got Will Levis as your quarterback.
I don't think it will happen. First of all, we don't have a first-round pick.
That's a great point. Yes.
And if we trade up to get Will Levis, it might be time for Les Snead to go.
We're firing people today now.
A year
Lance
or so
is back!
A year or so removed from a Super Bowl. I don't want to stretch this out too far, but I don't want to end it too soon. So, do you think we're done here, or do you want to continue on this segment?
Yeah, I've got like another 5 minutes. It is starting to.
Yeah,
I just don't want to I don't want to rip the scabs.
No. We don't want you to do that. Now, there's a lot going on here in the chat room,
Yeah.
but
Can we do a quick spot then while we're waiting?
Yeah, and I'll tell him what he's taking.
Okay. Will you tell us about Woodhouse Day Spa and just the great folks there you're experiencing with them? Maggie's going to get a massage here soon. She's got, I think, $500 of Woodhouse dollars ready to go up there from great gifts I've given her. You tell them about Woodhouse.
Yeah, I mean, from Casey, the GM, who's a big fan of the next round, to Stuart, the owner, just a great staff. They're going to take care of you. There's more than 60 services, more than 90 services. I might be getting that flipped upside down. Located at the Summit Shopping Centers. Great gift. Give the gift of luxury. Mother's Day is right around the corner. You can order those online at woodhousedayspas.com. That's woodhousedayspas.com. or just stop by the summit, tell them the next round sent you.
All right, fantastic.
So according to Metal Medic in the chat room, you're taking liquid hydrocodone is what he says you were taking. That's right?
That's it.
Yeah, I think that'll make anything feel good right there if you take enough of that. So I think you're okay there.
Yeah, I would treat it like a gas tank. Don't let it go under a quarter.
That's right.
A quarter, get close to empty. You want to go ahead and refill that thing if you got refills on it. Get that thing rolling. You don't want to get to the pain part of this. I'm really happy.
I would say my pain has gone from a 2 to a 4 on this interview.
Well, let's stop. Then.
That's my point. That's my
we're
point.
Done. Let's be done.
Let's don't stress this out or pull a scab or anything else because you are a little juiced up and that's helping a little bit. So let's end it here.
Yep.
But I will tell you, and I mean this sincerely, I am so happy for you because this is something you've needed to happen for a long, long time, and you've jumped into this and you got it done. And you were the betting favorite not to get it done. 52% of the pollsters didn't think you would get it done, that you would back out, and you had every opportunity and every reason to back out, and you did this. And I think it's going to be life-changing for you down the road here.
I hope so. Let me say this one thing before I came on with you guys. I got sent a link, and I think the back room does a better roast than Comedy Central.
Okay, I was going to say also, while you were under gas, we found out that you made a great first impression on all the back room there. So that's a win for you. Yeah, it's a win for you, Lance. And
you guys know I'm transparent. I'm who you see.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
The more shocking
Brown,
thing.
I didn't know Brown was going to Top Gun Academy.
Again, I would, I encourage everyone to go watch it. I think it's great content for the channel.
Yeah, more shocking was my first impression on everybody, and not more shocking. It's now my favorite podcast we've ever put out up here. Any platform, any host.
I only got through half of it, but
it gets better.
So
at least for me, it gets a lot better.
I think he's watched the part that you sent him, Jim, and said cue it to this point right here. I think that's where Lance probably picked it up.
I've got it. What's it called when you get words and you do a remix to music and such? Yeah,
sampling, whatever. Yeah.
I got it sampled and auto-tuned and
remixed.
But Brown was a
hey, so Brown.
Yes, Lance.
Here comes
you really made Lunsford pack his shit up.
I don't remember this story. I think it has been. I think Lunsford, like Dunaway likes to do, has over-exaggerated this for the purposes of ratings. So I don't deny that maybe someone at Auburn. Well, the two things I don't deny about this story. Number one is that somebody that was supposed to be doing the job on credentials screwed this thing up on the station end. That's number one. And number two, that somebody at Auburn said, no, that's your seat. Just, we'll go tell him to move. And I'm like, no, I don't want you guys to have to be the bad guy. He works for our company. I haven't really met him yet. I don't know him. So I'll go ask him kindly to move. So I think that's probably what happened. And,
slid that word kindly in there.
Any good story, Lance, over the years, it's gained a few, parts to it to make it a better story to tell. I do that. Jim does. I think everybody does that.
Look, Lance, I'm sure you haven't watched the whole thing, but there's a whole setup to it with people we used to work with.
Some backstory,
that already pissed me off, and then Brown was just the unfortunate final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so that's it. That's it, Lance. So I think that's what happened. So, I'd encourage everybody to go watch it, though. Absolutely, I would.
Yeah. By the way, you're hitting that water harder than Nate Oates.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Lance out of here. He brought up the Backroom podcast. So go rest, enjoy the Masters this weekend, watch some movies and things like that, and we look forward to having you back in studio as soon as possible.
Okay, I love you guys.
I love you, brother. Yeah. Thank you. Glad you're doing well. That's Lance Taylor from his house. As Rockstar said, or ascending into heaven, one of the two. Yeah, we're not sure which.
When those clouds go away.
Yes, got a little bright back there behind.
All right, go watch the Backroom podcast on all the platforms there for the stuff we have not covered on the show today, and get the whole backstory of everything we've done. Pretty amazing thing coming out of the state of Iowa right after Brownie tells us about our friends at NASCAR.
Hey, 877-GO-TO-DAGA is the number to call. 877-GO-TO-DAGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com to get a piece of the Geico 500 weekend. It all starts Friday, April 21 with a big one on the boulevard. Massive party there. Then Saturday, you've got a doubleheader of racing and Cole Swindell in the infield. And then Sunday, April 23rd, is wrapping everything up for the weekend with the Geico 500. You want to enhance your weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. You can do all of that, see everything I'm talking about at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
LSU has accepted the women the invitation to go to the White House. Angel Reese said she will go with her team.
Good.
Iowa, though, the other side of that big discussion, Caitlin Clark, they have had to pause ticket sales for next year.
What, like season ticket sales for women's basketball to Iowa?
Ticket sales for Iowa women's basketball games next year, they've had to pause it because the demand to see Caitlin Clark in action next year, maybe her last year at Iowa, was going so fast that they had to hit the pause button. No reason given on why they decided to pause for a second. Here's a programming alert. They're about to up the price on you guys.
Yeah, that's why the pause is there.
I don't know.
Reevaluate what we're charging.
I don't know what they were charging,
right.
But I'm going to guess like $5 a ticket. That price is about to go up $1 or $10.
Do you know what the capacity is for Carver Hawkeye Arena? Which I assume they play there, right?
I assume they do. If not, they are next year. I'm going to put it at 11.5.
Try 15,056.
Wow, it's a good size arena. I like that.
Basically Coleman Coliseum size that they think they can now sell out for women's basketball in season tickets?
I don't know if it was single or season tickets. It just said ticketing for next year has been paused because of the demand.
But you're right. I mean, that is the old, whoa. These things are selling too quick at this price.
Yeah.
Let's reevaluate.
Wait a second. Everybody's eating the 3 for $1 Nutty Bars. We need to stop for a second.
Let's hold off.
And maybe make it 1 for $1.
Yeah. What you have to remember in that, Dunaway, those people are still your customers when Caitlin Clark leaves, right?
That's right.
That's what you got to
back
remember.
It back down at that point. I would imagine you may get a ticket. I don't know, maybe a ticket drop or at least a pause of increase of tickets when Nick Saban leaves Alabama, right?
Probably so, depending on who they hire and how everything goes. You might have to back down on your ticket prices just a little bit.
Back it up, Terry. Yeah. All right, one other thing before we take a break here, Lunsford. Super Mario Brothers movie out this weekend.
It's going to be good.
Have you already seen it?
I saw it Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Y'all really do go see everything before it hits, don't you?
Good.
Gotta have a hobby, bro.
I know, man.
Good or not good?
For the average person, not very good. For the crazy nerds that have played it since day one, very good.
What about my 9-year-old daughter?
Has she ever played Mario?
Oh, yeah. She loves Mario Brothers and Mario Kart.
Then she'll love it.
Okay, good. She's going to see it tomorrow.
It's all fan service, Easter eggs, stuff like that, but trying to cram basically a generic 40-year-old game, 40 years worth of games into a 90-minute movie doesn't work very well.
Okay, so I'm getting mixed readings here. Like, I played the game with my kids. And
it's the kind of thing that if I was at home watching it with my wife, I'd have been like, every 5 seconds, ooh, that's from that game. Ooh, that's from that game. Ooh, that's from that game. And it would have been cool for me to relive my childhood. For the average person that just wants to see a good movie, it's not very good.
So Bobby says his 6th grader is making him take it today right before the Good Friday service. They're going to go to Mario Brothers and then a Good Friday service tonight.
But I know Bobby likes nerd culture stuff, and I'm sure his kid has played the games, and so it'll probably be okay for them.
Yeah. Yep. Seth says, agreed. I've yet to meet anyone who is into nerd stuff who hasn't liked it, says Seth. Josh says, realized last night as it comes out on my birthday, told the wife that's what I wanted to do. Going to be a great 40th. Happy birthday, Josh. Enjoy your Mario Kart experience.
Yeah, so basically, if I'm a kid, if I've played the game with my kids, or I'm a super nerd, this is for me.
Yes.
All right.
All right. That's Super Mario Brothers out in theaters now. Lunsford got a sneak peek and gave you a little.
Don't need to go see Air. It came out too.
Yeah, we got a mixed. I saw there was a mixed review on Air back in the chat room earlier. Somebody saw it and said it was just okay. But
I loved it. It's my favorite movie of the year so far.
Oh wow, favorite movie of the year.
That's not saying much, but so far.
Early Lunscar. Lunsford and Oscar combined there.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Osford. The early Osford, maybe better. Yeah, the early Osford.
Yes.
Very good. The movie of the year. All right, when we come back, we'll jump into some more college football.
Josh says, "Dunaway, I was talking about Spider-Verse, not Mario, but thanks."
Oh, really?
Yes.
Where does Spider-Verse get in there?
I don't know. But
And
that's
when
what he
does that
said.
come out?
Yes, I have no idea.
I mean, were we talking about that?
I don't know. I don't know why he said I was talking about Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
When does that come out, Lance? When is Spider-Verse out?
Is it June 5th, I think?
Oh, my gosh.
I don't remember.
Wow.
Bobby says, Josh, thank you. I'm feeling better about your birthday than I was 90 seconds ago. Hey, everybody's got to have a hobby.
That's right.
That's what I hear. Everybody's got to have a hobby. LT's drinking purple drink, or Ludford seeing movies 2 days before they're released to the public. Everybody's got to have a hobby. Josh is dropping his birthday in there now, man. We're just the final 4 digits of your Social Security, Josh, from stealing your identity, man.
How would you like to have a stake in NextRound.store, Josh?
Yeah, if you'll give us your last 4 of the old social there, we'll have some fun this weekend.
If you had to make up a PIN number, what would it be?
You know, I had to catch myself. I was about to give you the one that I
1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it!
But change it again, Maggie.
You missed this yesterday. I think it's our Apple TV. I'm going to give it out on the air.
Oh, don't.
Yeah, our
Okay.
Apple TV password. Because
I love this. This actually was very funny.
They're logged into all 6 of our TVs, right? All of our streaming services logged in because I watch from different rooms all the time. And Maggie loves to watch on her computer, and I was trying to get her to watch Shrinking on Apple TV, and I said, it's from the makers that you're going to love it, and she wanted to watch it on her computer. I'm like, you're sitting in front of a big TV. It's already logged in there. I just need the password, baby. And I'm like, okay, well, try this password. That didn't work. Try this password. That didn't work. Because if you do it on your TV, you just screen code it, you just enter something, boom,
That's
it's
right. Yep.
easy. So I've got to go figure out the password. Well, now I can't remember what the password is because it's been a freaking year since I last entered the password, I think, for her to watch something on a computer. So I created a new password. Rockstar, what do you think it was? You're not going to guess it. Here it
The
is.
reason this came up is I was trying to log into Dunaway's ESPN Plus account so I could watch the early Masters coverage here in studio, and he was firing off passwords, and none of them would work. He goes, well, try this one.
The new Apple password is, this is now our password, Maggie, exclamation point.
Is Maggie capitalized?
The most passive-aggressive way you could possibly do it. Yep.
This is now our password, Maggie, exclamation point. And she took it exactly the way it sounded, much like Lunsford and Brown's first meeting. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
I will tell you one thing I'm really bad at. I don't know if you are Brown or Rockstar or Lunsford. I don't think Lunsford is. Forster, excuse me. I don't rack up points like I should with hotel stays, with flights, credit cards. I see everyone talking about stub points from AMC over there, going to movies. They can't leave those behind. I don't do a good job of, when I go to my friends at walk-ons, of always getting my phone scammed. When I go get a donut or a coffee, I don't do a good job of that. I'm leaving a lot of money on the table, apparently, or free gifts.
Well, it just depends. How often do you go to the movie theater?
Yeah, I mean, the whole stubs thing
with
would do
Lunsford,
no,
they go all the time, so it's worth it for them.
That'd do no good for me.
Yeah.
Well,
I can't even tell you the last time I was at a theater.
Like we used to go like the Lunsfords do now. Maggie and I used to go. Every new movie that come out, we would go. It was a Sunday thing before we had kids, and even when we had young kids, we would go. That was our date. We loved going to the movies, and then it just changed all of a sudden. I think when the kids got to a point where we had to carry them everywhere, when they got a social life and they just didn't stay at home, but they weren't to the age where they were driving, so we had to literally start, and they're only 4 years apart, so we had to start going to, choir practice or back to the school for this event or over to this friend's house or to this and this. So we stopped going to the movies.
Living.
Yeah, exactly. Then the pandemic happened. But does everybody do credit card points and all this stuff?
One of the biggest financial changes I made in my life years ago was to find a credit card that's got whatever bonus you want. Some people use, like, I bet you Lunsford and Laurel have got a Disney bonus credit card because they go to Disney so much.
She actually has a Universal card, but basically for the same reason.
Yeah. Airline points if you fly a lot, just whatever you want. And make every normal purchase you make on that card and then pay it off at the end of the month or at the end of the week or daily, however you want to pay it off from your bank account, for two reasons. Number one, if I'm not paying interest on it, why would I not use somebody's money as long as I could, right?
Right.
Somebody else's, not mine. Why mine is earning interest. So if I don't have to pay interest until it goes past 30 days, why not allow the money I'm making to earn interest for 30 days and then use that money to pay it off while someone else is paying the interest, if that makes any sense.
Makes sense,
okay.
yes.
Number two, I get then the bonus points for whatever I want. And number three, in the event somebody lifts your card, like they do at a gas pump, maybe skim a gas pump or skim, where you scan it.
You got the protection.
I can tell you from experience, it is far easier to challenge purchases with a credit card company than it is with your bank, with your normal bank. So those are three reasons I have always done that.
Yeah. But what about other places like, your 13th? The 13th pair of shoes were free. Remember that one?
Oh yeah.
But I'm
Just
saying, like,
free.
also, like, when you go to a CVS or Walgreens, or your rewards member, like every place has a rewards program.
Most of those are my wife's deal, yeah.
My wife. Like, you have a phone number? I don't.
You
know
don't
who's
just
on.
use her phone number?
No, I don't. I never know if we have it or not. Like at the pet store. Do you have a rewards card? No.
Yeah.
Why
No,
would we-
but
we
when
have
I
rewards
go
there.
like to the drugstore, they always ask me that. Even if I'm just running in there to get a Diet Coke and a Snickers, they'll be like, "You have rewards?" And I said, "My wife does. Can we just throw it on that?" And they're like, "Yeah, she's got $67 worth of bonuses right now. Do you want to use it?" And I said, "Oh, hell no, because she'll ring me up if I take her points."
Like I did that one time. I was at a place and they're like, "Oh, your account has so many reward dollars." I was like, "Save those for my wife. Let her be the one to make that call, not me."
Exactly. Our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Wish I had reward points right there now because
you kind of do. How many steaks are you up?
I'm up 9. I'm up 9, and Kepka's playing well. Oh, he's not mine. I keep in my head. I think
about that one.
Yeah, in my head, I think I've picked Kepka. New York Butcher Shop, though, where you can go get great steaks. Little T went there just recently. Great wine selection. It's just a great place.
2 great locations. One not far from us in Cahaba Heights. One not far from where we live, just off 280 in the Greystone area. 119 there. Just a terrific place to go. We've seen so many people there, and they come back and they're like, "Man, you are right. Jim and his staff do a tremendous job." All the finest cuts of meat, all the great sides, pork chops, the rock pork chops, everything to the Wagyu steaks. They've got it all right there. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
A lot of stuff to get to that Forrester has put together here. And I will tell you this, Forrester does a great job with our sound every day. I'm hard to please. I'll go ahead and tell you, hard to please, I'm told. And I just want to say that he makes the shot list so great every day.
So efficient.
Yeah, very good. Just a terrific job, Forrester. I don't know what you ever heard about me, but just terrific.
I'm glad you're pleased, Jim.
Thank you.
Today,
yes.
Right now.
Yeah.
Important qualifier there, Scott.
Heather Dennis wrote a story earlier this week about 4 teams that could unseed Georgia as the national champions, the back-to-back national champions. And if I ask the question, and Lunsford, Forrester, Rockstar, Brownie, y'all can all jump in there, but I want Taylor to send it out to our great audience as well, and I would love to see it in the chat room too. If I said you get 4 teams, and Georgia can't be one of them, to win the national championship next year. Here are the 4 Heather went with.
Yeah, I think 2 are really easy.
She went Alabama, Ohio State.
No, those are the 2 easy ones that you pretty much, even though Ohio State, Michigan's been to back-to-back playoffs and is 2-time Big Ten champion.
And beating Ohio State back-to-back years.
Beating Ohio State back-to-back years. I think anybody that starts this list of 4 teams is starting with those 2 right there.
Alabama, Ohio State, she throws in LSU and Tennessee. Now, listen, there are places in the country that I think will look at the SEC championship game, not see Alabama there last year, and say, I'll go Ohio State, LSU, and then come up with 2 others. Maybe Alabama will be in that one. So not necessarily around the country like it used to be, where Alabama was automatically in there, though I think you throw Alabama in there. Without a doubt, I throw Ohio State in there. So I'll ask the question to you guys. And I want to see it on Twitter and also over in the chat room. You got 4 teams. And the national championship has to come from those 4 teams, but Georgia can't be in there because you're trying to unseed Georgia. Which 4 teams off the Heather Dinich story would you put in there? So you start with
Alabama, Ohio State.
Alabama and Ohio State. Where's your next chess move?
I think, and Heather, I'm surprised went Tennessee. I like what Josh Heupel did last year, but I think.
So you agree with Lance and me, a slight slip back?
I mean, even if they're still what they were last year, would be a tremendous job by Heupel, and that's still 10-2. I mean, that's not going to win a national championship or the East. I can live with LSU being in there. I don't know that I would pick them. I have a hard time ignoring USC.
Yeah, that's what Forrester says in the back. Forrester, jump in, man. Why USC is the next one you go to after Alabama and Ohio State?
I don't know. I believe in Lincoln Riley a little bit.
Play calling, his offense, Caleb Williams.
I mean, Forrester, he knows his way to the playoff. I mean, he was there all the time in Oklahoma.
Yeah, I don't know that they're gonna win one, but I think they can get there.
Yeah, I mean, they're all the time at Oklahoma, and is basically a game away from getting there in his first year at USC, replacing a coach that had been fired because they had performed poorly. So I'm with Scott. USC's got to be in there. So then I get down Dunaway. Do I go Lilo, Clemson, Florida State, or LSU? I think would be the 3 I'd have to pick from.
Okay, so Clemson's in there.
Well,
Lunsford, who is yours?
I'm saying I'd pick from those 3. I don't know that it's Clemson.
Alabama, Ohio State, LSU, and the Comet.
The Comet that's coming at Earth?
Yeah.
That's going to kill us all.
Yeah.
Is that in a movie that you've seen, or is that real? Or
Well,
both?
I guess Don't Look Up is the most recent version of that. But no, I'm just saying that nobody else is there, so I might as well say the end of the earth is going to be them.
So you're telling me it's Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, LSU, and that's going to be the national champion?
There's going to be other teams make the playoff because 3 of those are SEC teams, but nobody else can unseat Georgia if that's what we're going for.
I mean, now, not in the chat room. The chat room's already hit this team, but we are 3 people deep on this show so far to answer this question, and not one person has said Michigan, which is interesting. They have been to back-to-back playoffs.
That's right, and beaten Ohio State
twice. And won the Big Ten. I mean, that is so weird that we're going to go that long without saying Michigan.
And you got your quarterback back.
Yep.
And you got Blake Corum back. And, oh, by the way, they play unbelievable offensive football. They have a version, and the offensive line is back pretty much intact as well.
I mean, what is not to like about Michigan? So but that said, I'm not going to pick them. I think my official 4 would be Alabama, Ohio State, USC, and LSU. I don't think Florida State is quite there yet. I think they're going to have a good year. Because they're going to have a good year, it makes me doubt Clemson a little bit. And I'm just not going to bet on Michigan to do it 3 straight times. So that's why I go Alabama, Ohio State, USC, and LSU.
Okay, so I'll give you some time to lock in everybody on the show and get Taylor to jump in and give us her thoughts as well as a recent Auburn grad, though almost I guess we're about a month away from her being officially 1 full year out of college, right?
Shed a tear.
Yeah.
She's about to be with us longer than she was at – no, wait a minute.
No.
Longer than she's been going from Auburn. She's about to be with us longer than she's been going from Auburn.
Yes.
Something like that. I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
At some point, she'll be with us longer than she was at Auburn. We hope.
I've taken Lance's purple drink all of a sudden.
Yeah. All right. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. They can get you back in the game. The Braves and Padres in action again in Atlanta, weather permitting. Everything's weather permitting this weekend.
In the
by
Deep
way.
South, right?
I'm not even going to say it again. Just. Hey, you know the weather's out there the rest of the weekend. It's going to be colder than usual. 7-6 last night, the Braves win it. You can jump in there and make a play on baseball right now with our friends at MyBookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag code next round is what you want to use. That first time you sign up right there at MyBookie.ag, make sure when they ask for the promo code, you use next round. Here's what that's going to do for you. It's going to make you eligible for a sign-on bonus, and that bonus can go up to $2,000. And there are no strings attached to that bonus. You play it once, it is yours and yours forever. A lot of places will give you a bonus, of course. They want you to sign up. But they're going to attach some strings to it. You got to play it a bunch of times for it to become yours. Not MyBookie.ag. One bet, one time, yours and yours forever when you use code NEXTROUND up to $2,000. You could play the Major League Baseball, as Dunaway said, the Masters over the weekend. NBA playoffs coming up, UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments, all right there at MyBookie.ag. Code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag. Code next round.
And this is a question, I'm going to say it like you, but I mean everyone.
Okay.
Can you put aside political views and everything that's gone on that maybe have made you stop watching the NBA over the last 4 or 5 years to enjoy the NBA playoffs coming up? Because, it's that time of year, and, golf is big this weekend. Apparently, I don't watch NBA regular season. Apparently, the next 2 games to end the regular season there's a lot of scenarios up there. It's apparently massive interest right now in those games, great storylines. For instance, the Pelicans have won 8 of 10. They're securely in at least the play-in. They may make it into the playoffs without being the play-in game. They've won 8 of 10. Herb Jones had 35 points last night, former Alabama player. They're hot.
Setback with Zion, though, yet again for them.
The Suns are 8-0 when Kevin Durant plays. They haven't lost when Kevin Durant plays. They won last night. They play the Lakers tonight at 9:30. Phoenix and the Lakers tonight in Los Angeles. So I'm just wondering, in a void of great sports at that time of the year, will people gravitate back to the NBA playoffs if it is a wild, crazy, interesting playoffs? Yes or no?
I think there are a couple things to factor into that. Number one, we're always looking for sporting events to watch at home at night. And Major League Baseball is great, but once you get past those first couple of weeks of Major League Baseball, the Braves are red hot. Best team in baseball right now, right? But you watch that and you're like, okay, there's 162 of these. What else I got out there if I'm just not like a hardcore Braves or Yankees or whatever fan? So that's one. Number two, the gambling aspect. I mean, people are always looking for things to gamble on. MyBookie.ag, code next round. It's one reason we talk about it. A lot of you want to do it. But the thing working against them, too, is, like on Saturdays, they play a lot of day games. Weather gets good, I get outside. I'm not inside a lot. But I think, through the spring and early summer, weeknights, you're always looking for something to gamble on, a lot of people are, and just something to watch to keep your attention because you like live sporting events. So, yes, is the answer to that question.
And I will tell you this, that I enjoyed the heck out of the Birmingham Stallions season last year. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I watched all the other USFL games, but the Stallions was fun.
Yeah,
it was a fun style of play. They were winners. They won the championship. I jumped in on that, and it was really good, really, really entertaining. You got that season that kicks off next weekend. A lot of outdoor activities as well. I don't know. I'll see if I get drug into it.
Well, it's just too long. Like, would you be happy? I know you guys, more sports is not a bad thing. If the March Madness was the best of three, each match was the best of three.
I mean,
they just drug it on.
I'm with you a little bit. It's hard for me to buy into the early rounds. You don't get a ton of upsets traditionally,
which is why I bring it up because it could be so crazy in the West this year that it's not already predictable which two teams are going to play for the championships, which it seems like it is a lot of years.
Yeah, and I have not enjoyed. I haven't jumped into the play-in series or whatever you call that.
Right.
The playoff to get in the playoff. As much as I've liked it in baseball, which I have, I've loved that addition in baseball, the wild card game, the single game for everything. I haven't enjoyed that as much in the NBA. And to Rockstar's point, that first round's hard for me to buy in a little bit. When we get to the conference semifinals and certainly the conference finals, I'm far more interested. Yeah.
Yeah. But you're right. Those 7-game series that they drag out that last 2 weeks.
Oh, and they'll play on Monday. The next game is next Saturday.
I know, and I'm like, my gosh, how long did it take to travel to Boston?
Yeah, that is really hard. All right, quick break here. When we come back, we will continue the conversation about college football. Auburn's A-Day is tomorrow. Justin Hokanson earlier on the show with us. You can get that podcasted wherever you get the show. Show brought to you in part today by our friends at Slice. The back room enjoys a good pizza party when we're on the road. They always go to our friends at Slice to get the hot mama, the spicy Hawaiian, and all the great pizza there. Lunches during the week. A lot of you work near a Slice, whether it's in Montevallo, Vestavia, Lakeview, Crestline. If you're within a Slice Pizza here in Birmingham, the best pizza, the best crust, local ingredients there, hand-tossed, stone oven, fire oven. There's where they cook it. You can go in there and get a slice and a salad, 2 slices and a salad at a great price. Great beer selection as well. Just a wonderful place. It's our friends at Slice. Slice Pizza. Check it out online. We're back in a moment here on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Fine folks at A Plus have redone Brownie's bathrooms. Jennifer's going to get us some pictures here pretty soon.
You know what? I haven't given to Scott those photos.
Has she got the photos?
She probably has sent them to me. I will make an effort to remember to get those to Scott this weekend.
Speaking of remodeling, before you tell us about your bathroom, Tyreek Hill, the guy who sort of reworked and remodeled your Dolphins offense, says yesterday that he is going to retire when the contract with the Dolphins over. So you would have him for 5 years. You gave up some stuff for him, but 5 years. If he wins a couple championships, you probably won't care.
Oh,
but
gosh, yes.
What do you think about him saying he's going to retire at 31?
I mean, if we win one Super Bowl, I won't care. Look, I think that's probably pretty quick. I think he might get to that age 31 and realize there's some more meat on the bone, some more money to be made. The other side of that, too, is, Dunaway, you know how money works in the NFL. What are the odds you can afford to keep if they continue to play at this level? Now, one thing is you're probably not going to break the bank for Tua Tagovailoa because of his injury history. He's probably not going to demand the type of money that a normal free quarterback facing free agency would demand, right? So it's going to help you a little bit, assuming he can stay healthy enough to play. But what are the odds you're going to, if they continue to play at this level, you're going to be able to pay Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill what they're going to have on the open market? I mean, that's going to be hard to do.
Yeah.
So in a sense, you look at that and you're like, if you knew there was an expiration date for Tyreek Hill, that might affect the way you approach Jalen Waddle, because Waddle can play with your franchise for much longer than Tyreek Hill
That's
can.
Right. Anything under 30 is better than anything over 30.
That's right. And Waddle, when Tua was healthy, there for a minute, Hill and Waddle were the 2 top receivers in the league at the same time.
And you're going to have to pay Tua, too, right?
Well, yeah, but again, I don't know that you're going to pay him what you're going to have to pay a Joe Burrow or somebody like that because of his injury history. I don't think anybody thinks Tua on the open market is going to draw what an Aaron Rodgers or a Joe Burrow would draw, or something like that, just because of his injury history.
Okay. I want to hear what you think of his appearance on Sports Radio 810 WHB in Kansas City after you tell us about the remodeling of A+ in your bathroom.
Yeah, listen, man, my wife and I have wanted to redo our bathroom. Very dated, very 90s. Our house was built in the early 2000s. The bathroom looked like it, right? And it was one of the first things we wanted to do, but you put it off. And finally, my wife said, we are doing it this January, February, March. We're going to do it. So she jumped on the internet. She scoured the internet. She talked to people. She looked at reviews. She read up, and she picked Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Home Remodeling. And I am so glad she did, because Brad and his crew did an amazing job. Just looked like I was wiping a tear out of my eye. I get emotional about it. Just a tremendous job that Brad and his people did. Listen, man, they can do it in your home too. I'll have you, I promise, on social media and on this show, some before and after photos. But text Brad right now and say, look, Brownie won't show me the photos. Can you show me the photos? I think he's got them. 205-422-1758. 205-422-1758. If you missed that number, I'll be happy to help you out. Just reach out to me. Anywhere from Anniston to Tuscaloosa, Huntsville to Mobile, all of Alabama, Brad can take care of you. Brad Bell, A-plus Tile and Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Sports Radio 810 WHB in Kansas City. Tyreek Hill back in KC. Road game this year on the NFL schedule, Miami and Kansas City, he says. So here is Tyreek Hill about what he will feel like when they go back to Kansas City.
Chiefs Kingdom, when the Miami Dolphins come to Arrowhead Stadium this year, guess what we gonna do? Guess what we gonna do? I hate to say it, man. I hate to throw up the peace sign against y'all. I hate to do it. But guess what? I'm gonna be y'all worst enemy that day. I'm gonna be y'all worst enemy that day.
We'll edit that out. We'll just
get rid of that.
You better change. We won't even let anyone hear that.
You better change the signals. I know every signal y'all got.
Oh, that's interesting. Hot take there from Tyreek Hill. As a lifelong Dolphins fan, I can tell you from my experience that is not going to go well for us. That is a game where Tyreek has 2 catches, 30 yards, and Miami loses by 4 touchdowns. That's my expectation now for Dolphins Chiefs.
Rockstar, does he have a tick?
And he hates to say it. I don't want to say it. I hate to say it.
Yeah, you've pulled it out of me.
I think that is very very interesting. Love the smack talk in the off season there. Those, as you say, never come back to haunt you at all. All right, Masters is continuing round 2, a leaderboard update here before we get to the top of the hour. And in the next hour, we'll get into a new SEC rivalry between 2 coaches that could be underway and could be brewing as of some comments made this week. Leaderboard update. Is it still Brooks Koepka's world and we're all living in it?
I wonder if you remember what I said about this tournament yesterday, that most of the time guys that win this tournament, they dominate the par fives. And they survive everything else, right?
That's exactly right.
Brooks Koepka is 4 under on the day. He birdied the par 5 second. He eagled the par 5 8th and just birdied the par 5 13th. So there you go. That's how you get to 4 under on the day. If you're Brooks Koepka, he's at 11 under, gives him a 4-shot lead over Jason Day, who himself is 2 under on the day. Colin Morikawa, 5 under on the tournament, 2 under on the day. He's on the course. Hovland and Rahm, still both at 7 under, have yet to tee off. But, Brooks Koepka is only lengthening his lead out ahead of the weather.
And that update of the leaderboard at the Masters brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. Our man Charles Barkley, who's had a chance, I believe, to play Augusta National once, hasn't he? Did he ever get out there?
He got invited, but he couldn't make it.
That's
and
right.
He said he was going to make it his goal. I don't know if he has done that yet.
He's got to get back out there and do it if he hasn't done it yet. Augusta National and Charles's future. Redmont Vodka can be in your future as well. Drink responsibly. That is Charles Barkley, Chuck's Vodka Company, Distilling Company, Vulcan Gin as well. Enjoy that with your cocktails as you're watching and drinking responsibly this weekend for the Masters. It's our friends at Redmont Vodka and Distilling.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately, 205-637-0143.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on the Next Round as we are halfway through the show now. Already LT has joined us and Justin Hokanson talking Auburn football. You'll hear from Hugh Freeze coming up in our headlines. And then we'll get into a new rivalry that's really blossoming. But Brown just gave you a little leaderboard update from the Masters round 2 underway. Weather later this afternoon, so maybe an advantage for the early golfers. He was speaking of Brooks Koepka, who's at minus 11 with 5 holes to play. ESPN Stats just sent this out. Only 2 players in Masters history have been minus 13 or better through the first 36 holes of the tournament, the first 2 rounds. Raymond Floyd at minus 13 in 1976.
Winner.
And he went on to win it.
Yep.
And Jordan Spieth in 2015, minus 14, and he went on to win it. Koepka's at minus 11. If he can make up 2 shots on the final hole and reach that group, he would become a small part of Masters history and then become maybe the first guy to not win after that lead, or to be the third person ever to win with that lead.
Well, he's about to play another par 5, which is where he's done all his damage today. So odds are he can get to that number. The other stats are stats for a reason. When I gave all the Ken Palm stuff and all that, 16 of the last 17 were in the top 10 after day 1.
That's right. If you're not named Tiger, if you're inside, you got to be inside the top 10 in round 1 to win this thing.
Yeah, I mean, 16 of the last 17. There's a reason that stat is there.
And I assume that one was Tiger?
I'd have to go look. Yeah. Tiger would be a guy that could do it, but I'd have to go look who the one was. But I think it is 16 of the last 17, if I'm not mistaken. So, that's going to get you through the guys that were basically 4 under yesterday. And then outside of that, you are in trouble.
Okay. Next time we do a leaderboard update, you tell me where the cut line looks right now.
All right.
But first, let's do the headlines and then talk more college football. Brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Thunderstorms in the forecast all over the southern footprint. Some of you are already dealing with that. If you're in our immediate area here in Birmingham, my buddy Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing can help you out. Keep this number on standby. If you got storm damage, he can come out and check it out immediately, help secure the property, and do it in a way the insurance companies will help you and still not violate the terms of your deal with them. You got to do it right, or they'll try to find a way to cut corners on you. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, can help you secure it and get it right. 205-542-3531. Insurance companies trust him, so remember this number or write it down, or you can contact me on social media, and I'll pass it along to you. 205-542-3531. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. After the winds are gone, if you didn't sustain any roof damage, you may want to check it. Get a roof inspection free from Greg Nelson, free no-cost roof inspection, just to see if he loosened any tiles up there the wind did, or if they bent any. He can secure that so you don't get any water problems. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and, of course, the best warranties in the business. It's Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. Big scrimmage today for Alabama over at Bryant-Denny this afternoon. A-Day tomorrow for Auburn. Here's Hugh Freeze on the Tigers going into their final practices.
Truthfully, Wednesday was the exact opposite of the previous Friday, and it was a total domination by the offense, which I don't have the luxury of leaving the practice field feeling good either way. So I thought 2 Fridays ago we stunk on offense, and I hope we're really good on defense. And then Wednesday I left practice thinking, we stink on defense. Maybe we're pretty good on offense. So the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. And we're nowhere near where we need to be on either side yet. But the offense had a really good day Wednesday.
Yeah, so that's Hugh Freeze. And just how inconsistent his team has been. I think you get that when you have a lot of 1s-on-1s and 2s-on-2s, or 1s-on-2s and 2s-on-1s.
Yeah, it is interesting that Justin Hokanson, if you want to go back and watch that with us in the first hour, talking about, we ask him, we joke a lot about Hugh being kind of distraught every time he talks to the media. That was another cut where, Hugh's talking about we either stink on offense or stink on defense, kind of just seems frustrated. But Hoke said really in person it's not like that it may come across that way, but it's just not like that in person, that he does seem a little more positive. If you get him away from the press conference and maybe talk to him a little bit more one-on-one, it's just in the press conference setting, for whatever reason, he's coming across as a little bit frustrated about this stuff.
Well, see, I'll tell you that I have always thought Nick Saban gives you real honest answers.
Yeah.
Sometimes he does it in a ornery fashion. Sometimes it's very wordy. But if you listen to enough Nick Saban, he tells you real knowledgeable things and real things about his football team and where they are. Gus Malzahn never really did that. We didn't know Brian Harsin long enough to really know what he was telling us.
Yeah, Gus Malzahn he didn't answer anything.
Yeah.
It was coach speak and very short answers. He was
told you nothing.
Yeah, very paranoid that he was going to say anything.
Told you nothing. But I always think Nick tells you something. I get the feeling that Hugh Freeze, at least right now, is going to tell you something. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see if he's actually saying real honest stuff about his football team, or is he leading me with a little bait to where I get hooked and his team comes out and 10s and 2s it over your head.
Yeah, 10s and 2s it.
Yeah, 10 and 2.
10
wins,
go
2
10
losses.
and 2. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
10s and 2s it over your head.
10 and 2. Why aren't we driving so safely, Jim?
I'd run over you with a 10 and 2 record.
Well, I would, I think Nick Saban generally is pretty honest about his team, and I get the feel Hugh's being honest. I'm not saying he's being dishonest. I'm just saying I think the honesty is frustrating him a little bit in what he's having to say about his team.
Tiger Woods tees off later this hour. Right now, he's sort of right in the middle of where that cut line could fall. He fought yesterday with 3 birdies and 5 bogeys in the first round. We'll see what Tiger does today. We'll keep you updated. Right now, sun shining in Augusta. We'll see how long that lasts this afternoon as well. But let's continue the college football conversation on this hour, being brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew ready to go. If you don't want to get out in this weather this weekend, just send the husband or the wife or one of the kids down to Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Just order it at champy'schicken.com, champy'schicken.com, whether it's the great southern fried chicken, the po' boys, the hand-cut chicken fingers, all the wonderful sides, those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, all of that. Just order it online, go through the quick pickup window, boom, back to the house, and enjoy the Masters all weekend long, champy'schicken.com. In college football, the team to beat is Georgia. That's not just in the SEC East. That's not just in the SEC. That's in the nation. The team to beat now is Georgia. They've won 2 national champions. One team that gave it a shot last year was the Tennessee Volunteers.
Did not go well.
Didn't go well, but Georgia had an answer for them. But Tennessee made some hay last year. They were pretty good. So that gets us to what could be a budding rivalry for 2 really good coaches, Kirby Smart and Josh Heupel. First, here's Kirby Smart earlier this week talking about some teams who don't put a lot on their quarterbacks with their offensive scheme, blah, 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 blah. Here's Kirby.
A true quarterback is a decision maker. In our system, because some systems take all the pressure off the quarterback and they just go really fast, we don't do that. We're a quarterback-driven offense. So can you process the information? That means get the signal, get people lined up, then see what the defense is in, and figure out, are we in the right situation? Which of these three choices Coach Bobo's given me am I going to utilize on this play? And then the play happens, and there might be a mistake or a breakdown, and you not go full metal jacket and have catastrophe mode and put us in a bad situation. So, decision-making is the number one thing I want to see at the quarterback position. Can you make consecutive decisions over and over that don't cost our team games? Because we have enough playmakers and we have enough plays that you will make a play inevitably. Don't make a bonehead play. And that's what we're trying to avoid.
Can you not go full metal jacket and have disaster mode? Such a good line.
Just throw the ball up or fumble it, pitch it somewhere. All right, so he said our quarterback, a real quarterback.
Well, he's a decision maker.
Has to be a decision maker.
Well, I don't spoon feed him. I don't just hand it to him and say, well, guys are open everywhere. Just throw it. Yeah.
No, or we don't hurry up. We're not going to rush it just so everybody's scattered. Defense is on their heels. We're going to run up there and you just do this and we're going to do it fast and da-da-da-da-da. A real quarterback is a guy who gets it from Coach Bobo, processes it, gets everybody lined up. Very brainy, man. Not some of that dumbed down quarterback play.
System guy.
Yeah. So who goes fast? Faster than anybody in college football last year.
Tennessee, has been known to do that, Jim. I'm not just looking at the preview screen. Yeah. Tennessee does go fast.
Tennessee goes fast. Just fast as you can, man. Don't want those guys to get lined up, go fast. It's not real quarterback play, Kirby Smart says. It's not real quarterback. Got to be a processor, man. We're not just gonna go fast to protect our quarterback. Well, Josh Heupel heard this, so here's Josh Heupel and what Kirby was saying about real quarterbacks.
What role or responsibility does Joe have in understanding the run game? Not him running, but understanding how to run the offense through the run game.
Our guys control everything. I don't think there's anybody in America that puts more on their quarterbacks. Run checks, run pass checks, loaded boxes, alerts, kills, they got to do it all. And so he's highly instrumental in the efficiency and effectiveness of our run game.
Yeah. Very effective. Reports out of Tennessee is that Josh Heupel heard exactly what Kirby Smart was saying and will tell people, not only do my guys have to process it, they've got to process it faster than your guys have to process it.
Well, that's not wrong. They're running more plays and they're doing it quicker than Georgia is, right? That's not to say one quarterback processes more than another, but the Tennessee quarterback, whatever he's got to process, does have to do it pretty quickly. It is on him to get to the line of scrimmage as quick as possible, and there's a lot he's got to account for. But the other side of that is frequently the defense is out of whack. You saw that a lot in the Alabama game, right?
That's
Don't
right.
know who to cover. We're improperly aligned.
That's right.
We got 12 guys on the field. There's a lot of stuff that could go wrong with the defense.
So I think you keep an eye on Kirby Smart and other coaches as we move through this process, because what will happen, and we saw it happen with Nick Saban, and I'm not saying Nick is off of this this part of the coaching cycle right now, but when you're on the top, you're not always friends with everybody else. Mm-hmm. And Kirby is rising up to that point, and Kirby has just enough dog in him to be okay playing the villain, much like Nick was. And he's not going to be afraid to step on a few toes. Bought every one of them. Used Nick last year, almost a year ago now. Bought every one of them about Texas A&M. Well, not afraid to step on toes.
Right.
Kirby's just dog enough not to be worried about stepping on toes, and they're winning at such a great level that there will be a lot of people who will line up to take their shots at Kirby Smart in the coaching profession, especially if they get a win over him. Because what do you always see when somebody beats Nick in Tuscaloosa? Somebody like Jimbo Fisher starts chirping. Whether it's Gus down at Auburn, whoever beats him, you get a little chirping going. Whoever gets Georgia next, you're going to get a lot coming from that coach.
Well, a lot of people,
if it's the right person. If it's Tennessee and Knoxville this year, you'll get a lot from Josh Heupel. And remember those comments, because I guarantee you, opening statement, It'll be about quarterback and how our quarterback processed everything and what a thinking man's game the quarterback, whoever it is at Tennessee, beat Georgia this year. It'll come back to those comments here in April.
Yeah, you're saying he'll come back and say, hey man, Joe Milton, I thought he thought well. He processed very quickly in this game.
One of the smartest guys ever. I don't know what other teams ask their quarterbacks to do, but at Tennessee, we asked our quarterbacks to do a lot, and boy, did he do a lot today. Those will come back. Those will come back if Tennessee can win. I don't think they can, but we'll see what happens.
It's probably, just on the surface, wouldn't you say that is the toughest regular season game on Georgia's schedule?
Yeah. I think everyone has Georgia going 12-0.
Yeah.
And that if you go, I
don't think there's a doubt.
Home, road, whatever, it is on the road in Knoxville.
It is.
Or on the road at Jordan-Hare, just simply because they're road games.
Well, their only road games are at Auburn, at Vandy, at Knoxville, and in Bobby Dodd Stadium. They'll probably have more Georgia fans than Georgia Tech fans at Bobby Dodd Stadium. There will 100% be more Georgia fans than Vandy fans in Nashville.
Right.
So really, your only tough road games are at Auburn and at Tennessee in that Georgia schedule. So yeah, I think most people would think Tennessee's going to be ahead of Auburn, especially when Georgia catches them, which is the fifth game of the season. If Auburn is developing, I still think they'll be in the development process then. It won't be a fully cooked, fully baked cake at that point.
Evan's right. Somebody in the Georgia locker room right now is saying they got us going 7-5.
We don't process enough. We're 7-5.
They got us going 7-5, man.
Yeah. Kirby sell that again this year.
Yeah. Our friends at Precision Sports get you into the game if you've been hurt at work or if you've been hurt at play and need to get back to work. Precision Sports can fix it all and get you back to living your life. More college football in just a second.
They absolutely can. Maybe your shoulder is hurting after exercising or getting out and enjoy the weather, throwing it around in the yard. You got a shot pain after doing some spring cleaning. Well, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics is here to help you. 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. They are rebuilding champions both on and off the field. Make that appointment today, 855-219-6200. That's 855-219-6200 or precisionsportsortho.com.
Can I just make an observation here? And I'm struggling with this as well. Our now daily consumption of our new sponsor, Coca-Cola, Coke Zero, Diet Coke, Sprite, and Powerade. I'm dealing with this too, that I'm enjoying them. They're coming out so cold, and I'm drinking them so fast that occasionally I get a little bit of maybe a burp or something here as I'm doing a read. You almost had one right there, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Are you dealing with that too, is what I'm asking.
I did on that one specific part right there. Rockstar will have to tell you if it's a trend. Is that a trend, Rockstar?
It's trend indoor angle.
Oh, is it really? So it's happening that much?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can tell you what I'm not going to do is stop drinking this Diet Coke.
No, I'm just saying that I like it when it's really cold. In fact, I'm with you. I'd like to turn it up or turn it down one more notch.
Get a little floating ice?
Just to try to get the ice in there. Mm-hmm. But they're so good, I drink them so fast that I, too, occasionally will maybe need to let out a little burp one time.
I think it's going to be okay, guys.
Nobody's
perfect.
Yeah, it does. The carbonation in there, gets you a little bit.
Only if you drink it too fast.
Well, and I generally do. I am a fast drinker.
Yeah, that's 15 minutes to almost finish that one off.
That is, yes, you got the old stopwatch there.
We got a big clock right in front of you there.
That is one reason I limit my alcohol intake is because I tend to drink fast. Like, I'll kill this if it's only 15 minutes because I have to talk some. If I didn't have to talk, I'd already be done with it.
You'd be done with it?
I'm a fast drinker. And if you do that with alcohol, Rockstar, you can get in trouble very, very quickly. That is one reason I limit my alcohol
you can have
intake.
more fun real quick.
And not remember any of it. Yes.
Well,
yeah.
The trade-off, man.
There's always a trade-off, isn't there?
We're approaching SEC meetings coming up at the end of May down in Destin. Brandon Marcello on our show yesterday. You can get that wherever you get our podcasts, including Apple Podcasts, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Odyssey, and all of those for audio, and always on YouTube. Like, subscribe, give us a thumbs up there on our YouTube channel. And we got some incentives coming up. Try to push you guys, if you have not yet, to join all of our platforms to do that. We'll tell you more about that as we get closer to football season. But when you start talking about the media, the SEC meetings coming up in Destin, one thing that will be coming out this year is going to be the football schedule. how we're going to do that officially. We're going to vote on it and lay it out there. One more year without Texas, and then we'll do that. I wonder if we'll find out what we're going to do in basketball at these meetings as well. We'll get one more year of basketball before we announce the schedule.
Yep. Because they basically had to adjust it to get the 18 games in. Well, now you're adding 2 more teams.
Yep.
How does that affect it?
Do you stay at 18? Do you go to 20? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if there'd be a stomach for 20 conference games. Do you think?
I don't know. Does that help you with the RPI or the net is what we call it now, or does it hurt you? With the way the league is now, it may help you. The way the league used to be, it would hurt you.
Yeah, I don't think it would hurt you at all. I mean, I think a school that plays a poor non-conference 20 conference games, you're generally going to catch a couple more teams that are at least tournament contenders.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting. They'll also hand out the big check they always do for media rights and bowl games and playoff participation and all that to each school down there in Destin. That's something the Pac-12 is struggling with right now. The Pac-12 members talking to the athletic, people who run Pac-12 athletic departments, presidents, athletic director, coaches, said we thought we were going to have a media rights deal in March.
That's right.
Is it March now?
It is March, and in fact...
Nope, it's April.
You're right, Jim. It is April. And in fact, they were so certain of it, or I don't know certain of it, but they were getting questioned so much that they did the odd step of releasing a statement saying, we're negotiating. Things are going well. We think everything's okay.
According to Stuart Mandel at The Athletic, talking to all these people, the consensus is that we may be at least another full month away from the Pac-12 being able to announce a media rights deal, that they are still not settled on a partner, that they are getting offers, though maybe not to the level they want, from ESPN, from Apple streaming, Amazon streaming, and the CW.
That was the most interesting one to me, was the CW. Recently, the network that got in bed with Live Golf, not known for their sports, but I guess maybe they're trying to make an entryway into sports now, the CW.
Yeah, so those were the 4 that are being mentioned. It seems like the floor of their negotiations is to be what the Big 12 is currently, their media rights is going to pay each school, which is $31.7 million a year. If they can't get to that, then the concern is that you're going to, if they can't get to that soon, like by the end of May, the concern is that all the talk of people leaving the Pac-12 is going to ramp up again. The Arizona States, Colorado's, Utah's,
if it gets
Washington,
that deep
Oregon.
and you're the Big 12 and you do have interest, don't you just go ahead and strike right now? I mean, if you're the Big 12 and you want the 4 corner schools, which it's all the reports is that's who they want, the 4 corner schools, Arizona State, Colorado, and Utah.
Yeah, but the problem is unless ESPN says we'll boost it up a little bit if you bring in those 4, then all we're doing is dividing 4 more times off that 34.7.
No, it would depend on Big 12 or ESPN, and Fox, I think, is still in bed with the Big 12, if I'm not mistaken. Those 2 saying, yes, this gives you more value, we'll pay you more money.
Yeah, but when you just signed a new contract, they may not be willing to do that. So we'll see how that works out. But expansion and or collapse of the Pac-12 still not decided yet. And I keep wondering why we're waiting on San Diego State if you're the Pac-12.
You jump right now, you say.
I mean, that's a big market. They're coming off the Final Four. That's got to help you in negotiations. I would go ahead and announce I'm bringing in San Diego State. And we're going to find another one that our TV partners tell us will be a good ad, and we'll add them as well. In fact, I would go to ESPN and say, you pick our next one, and we'll add them in.
Well, I think the problem is, who is that?
Well, it can come from anywhere. We've learned that.
I know
the map
that,
doesn't matter.
The map doesn't have to connect.
It can come from anywhere.
If you went San Diego State, used to people would say Boise. I've never really liked that from the beginning, but
fits footprint though.
I mean, it does fit footprint, but you literally just said map doesn't matter.
It doesn't, but it fits the footprint better.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that would not fire me up if I'm Pac-12 and I add San Diego State and Boise.
All right. When we come back, before trash, there's a guy who used to work here in Birmingham with AL.com. His name is Justin King, and he works with South Carolina now. He's one of the more talented individuals I have worked with. And what he gets Shane Beamer to do is pretty darn amazing. We will show that to you before trash when we come back on the show that is being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew there ready to help you enjoy the spring and summer. How about a good picnic right? Coming up here. What about Easter Sunday, right after church? You want some Champy's Chicken? Let Champy's in Sterling do all the cooking for you this weekend. Champy'sChicken.com, destination location just off Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, best thing about our platform, if you ever miss anything on the show, you can go back and see or watch the entire show on all of our platforms, whether you're watching us today on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch. A lot of parts are put up on Instagram. You can go back and listen to anything live on TuneIn Radio. They carry our stream 24 hours a day. iHeartRadio, Odyssey, Alexa, podcasting at Spotify and at Apple Podcasts and other platforms. Thank you all for being part of the Next Round family. Before Brownie tells us about our friends at Manscaped, I want to take you to. We all watch The Office, right? Everybody on the show watched at least parts of The Office.
Yeah. Loved it. I one thing that bugs me is when people are like, "Oh, the British one was better."
Well, the British one's great. They're both in different. Like, I'm not one of those ones that British one's better, but the British one is so funny, but it's different because David Brent is more of an ass than Michael Scott is.
I do like Ricky Gervais.
He's amazing.
He is such a funny guy, but I like the American one better.
Okay, so Justin King, who used to work at AOL.com, he's the video coordinator for South Carolina football. Full-time position. South Carolina was one of the first programs to move to this position because they can do so much on social media, recruiting, and all of that. It helps them in recruiting. Rockstar, if you can give me 12, cut 12. There's an Office episode that Justin King convinced Shane Beamer and the entire football operations to recreate. And they recreated a great scene from The Office right here. This comes from our friends at the Twitter account Gamecock Football. And you tell me this doesn't make you laugh just a little bit.
Gamecock Football, this is Kim. I'm sorry, he's not in yet. Would you like his voicemail?
Yeah! Yeah! 13 miles an hour! Eat that, Nick Harbor!
Dino made several 911 calls about cars going too fast in front of the building. So the police put up a radar gun and it's actually caused a bit of a traffic hazard.
Wow, 14! No! There was wind! There was wind! No! I was just jogging! I want a do-over!
No. 14 is the new number. AB, you're up.
I want another try! Here we go! 31! 31!
That was a car.
I was ahead of the car. 31's my new number.
That's humanly impossible.
Go, AB. 31's my number.
That's impossible.
Beat it!
That is terrific. So well done.
Yes.
And the acting is surprisingly good. I mean, surprisingly good at the acting.
You're acting a verbatim scene, so it's kind of hard to. I mean, if they had to make that. But yeah, it was good. I'll take that over whatever everybody else is doing.
Yeah, no, that was very, very well done. Very well done.
Now,
31.
I don't know if it makes me want to go play for South Carolina, but it does make me like Shane Beamer a lot more every time I see him do something like this. Brown, tell us about Manscaped, and then we have a. Truthfully, a guy I was hoping would end up in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, or an Auburn or at UAB.
Somebody's building him a little team in the portal.
But somebody just picked up a pretty good little player. Manscaped can make you look good no matter where you're going to play hoops.
Oh, it can, Jimmy D. That beard hedger used it again today. Friday is a beard day. I like to keep it cut nice and short on the face, and the beard hedger is perfect. It's got the little dial on there where I start with a 3. I drop it down to a 2 for right here on the chin. You could do that. I don't have to remove these guards and pop it back on, because here's the thing. If you could pop it off easily and remove it, guess what else it can easily pop off? While you're shaving, right? Now you got a total mess. I got my beard gapped and all that. It just looks bad. Not with the beard hedger, and you can get it right now at manscaped.com. Look at all their products. I mean, they've got beard oils and things like that, but they've also got the lawnmower. You would never use the same sponge to wash your paint job that you use to wash your undercarriage, right, on your car. Why would you do that with a razor? It's even sicker with a razor, right? Don't use the same one on the undercarriage that you use on the face. And the Weed Whacker 2.0 takes care of the ears and the nose. You don't want to look like an old man with the ear hair and nose hair popping out everywhere. Use the Weed Whacker 2.0. All those items and everything that Manscaped has is at manscaped.com right now, and we're going to help you save. Code TNR at checkout, TNR for the next round at manscaped.com. We're going to save you 20% off your initial order, and we're going to pay the shipping and handling. So you're going to save a ton when you use code TNR, manscaped.com, code TNR at checkout to save 20%, and we'll take care of the shipping and handling at manscaped.com.
Chase P., my wife agrees with you, leans Park and Rec over The Office. I say The Office over Park and Rec.
Not like Park and Rec. I tried it. Jennifer and I were looking for something to watch.
It gets good. It's an ensemble cast. You start loving Andy. Chris Pratt is really, really good. Aubrey Plaza is really, really
Just
good.
could not get it, man. I could not get into it.
Laura says Office Ladies podcast is good, too. So is the Brian Baumgartner podcast.
He's a funny dude.
From The Office. All right. Caleb Love, the North Carolina national runner-up, a guy who hit big shots, get Carolina to the national championship game. He's got the ended Coach K's career with an L. Wasn't as good this year. Experienced guard, hit the portal. Did not end up in the SEC. He is going to Michigan, where Namari Burnett also went from Alabama the other day. So a couple of portal additions for Juwan Howard at Michigan.
Yeah, he's doing some work in the portal, isn't he? I think Caleb Love, as much as I love Namari, Caleb Love is a big-time commitment, obviously. That's a guy that was playing a much bigger role at North Carolina than Namari was playing at Alabama, but still, both those are good ads for Juwan Howard in Michigan.
Missouri thought they were in on Caleb Love as well. Didn't happen. 32 points against Baylor is what Ryan Nimhard had for Creighton. He's in the portal. Now, Tommy Lloyd recruited his brother to Gonzaga. He's at Arizona, and you got to keep the Zags in there, 2 possible destinations from him. L.J. Cryer, and I'm not going to cry too much that Alabama's not mentioned here, but L.J. Cryer of Baylor, another guy I wanted to see in the SEC in our state, likely not going in our state. Arkansas A&M, Gonzaga, Houston, Kansas for the one-time Baylor star Jordan Wright to LSU, the former Vandy guy, and Hunter Dickerson talked to the Kentucky folks earlier this week. The big Michigan player still hadn't decided last I checked there. Some portal news from basketball. Trash Time brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw? What time is it, sir? Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Boy, that'd be the capper with him on the purple drink today, wouldn't it? We get a little hydrocodone in him and they start blowing leaves.
Chainsaws and leaf blowers.
Chainsaws.
Yeah, he may get the pellet gun out again.
MortgageRight.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey with that first step. When you're buying a home, you want somebody that knows what they're doing. They give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. You've been thinking about purchasing a new home? Now's the time to act. MortgageRight.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Dunaway, would you watch a show? So, Rockstar,
I'll watch anything, to be honest with you.
Okay, we're about to put that to a test. Rockstar, the shows that, I don't know how to describe this, but I know you watch some of them. They teach through an entertaining method, like the foods that made America. Like you learn a little bit about history through food, right?
Correct.
Aerial America. You and Lance turned me on to that show. I've watched, I think, all 50 of them now. You learn a little bit about state history through a creative way, right?
Correct. It's a nice way to go through it and try to be different than everybody else to make. Yeah, the more creative, they'll keep people's interest.
So, Dunaway, would you watch a show called Naked Education?
Who's the teacher?
That is an important question.
It could be plural.
That is an important question. Yeah.
Well, I mean, probably. I mean, if the show is good, if there's good content, air quotes, yes.
The show is promoted as being all about body positivity. Celebrity presenters do. Oh, wait a minute.
Yep.
Are these the people I'm about to read their names, Rockstar?
I don't know.
Anna Richardson, former Love Island contest, Dr. Alex George, Yinka Bokini. They're on a mission to, quote, normalize all body types, champion differences, and break down stereotypes.
Well, I would tell you that, first of all, I'm just going to...
I think I know.
First of all, I'd be very impressed on just my my redaction, if I will. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, can I just say, does the gentleman, there's only one man here, does he have something unique shaved into his chest?
I couldn't tell. It looked like an amulet of chest hair.
I do not want you to zoom in.
Yeah, it looks like
got a happy trail.
Yeah.
It looks like, though, he has tried to shave in his own female body part right there between.
He's also kind of sucking in.
He doesn't want that gut to poke out.
You were going to get a lot of that from Jim if he'd had to do the calendar.
Yeah.
Because I literally told Maggie I'd go bottomless before I'd go topless.
Wow, Dunaway, that is.
I would on the calendar. Yeah. I mean, I just don't like my upper body right now.
Yeah.
Those are the students. That's the other view of the
That's the problem. Many viewers were shocked to see a group of adults stripped naked in front of children aged 14 to 16.
No, wait. That's not right.
Yeah,
no.
That's what happened. Yep.
That can't
but it's a TV show, so it is right.
No, that can't happen.
It did happen.
No, those are going to be people that are over 21 and look like the people we make play stuff on television as high schoolers.
Yeah, BBC.
Stuff on television?
Yeah, BBC is where the show aired, and apparently it aired in front of a bunch of 14 to 16-year-olds, so they're in a little bit of hot water right now.
So
getting naked in front of
the
kids.
Teachers were naked in front of classes?
Correct. That is accurate.
High school classes?
It seems almost like there's a teacher, but then they just bring in 4 people that are naked. Like, this is the difference of body types. Don't be ashamed of yours. Like, everybody has a different body type.
That's
Not
right.
all abs.
To show you I'm not ashamed, I'm going to strip down in front of you.
Okay, so they were trying. It was not sexual, is what they're saying.
No, it's just trying to be a body positivity.
That's how it's
I
hard.
mean, we do show films, or used to back in the day. I don't know.
Well,
they still do. Used to get videos of sex education in
No,
high
when
school.
when I was a junior in high school, we watched video of a childbirth in Robin Wilson's CP biology class.
Yeah.
Now, again, I've told this story before. Miss Wilson was trying to fast forward to the actual childbirth. The video, VCR, got stuck on fast forward, so we see a child come out very quickly.
Launch.
Yeah, launch out, and the Rockstar, the whole class goes, oh!
I'd rather watch
No,
it.
take
says-
your 3D glasses off quick.
Then she says, well, let me rewind it so that it gets sucked back in quickly. And everyone goes,
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's kind of it scarred me a little bit.
Well,
Not
see,
gonna lie.
I'm I don't want to judge too quickly, but you're seeing it in pictures, and seeing it in movies or in educational films. It takes out the closeness of it all.
Right.
I'm against this, and I'm usually pretty moderate on everything. I'm against this. 100%.
I think I should say, after watching the Backroom podcast yesterday, I think it's important for me to say Robin Wilson, fantastic teacher. Otherwise, that was one mistake she made in her life.
Yeah.
As a teacher.
Was it her first class with you?
It was not my first. Just a
Encounter?
fantastic teacher, a award-winning, Golden Apple award-winning teacher.
Now,
So,
are you asking me, would Jim like to go back in his Thompson High School days and pick out one or two teachers who I'd like to see teach like that?
Don't think you could pick them naked.
Oh my gosh!
In my mind, there were a couple of teachers who actually taught like that. They had clothes on, but that wasn't what teenage Jim was seeing. No.
I'll also point out CP biology stands for college preparatory biology. I just thought, in case anybody wonders what I meant when
for your degree in college?
Would I asked that? No, Rockstar. I didn't. Let's go to South Carolina. South Carolina man's 2 foot 1 inch whiskers earned him the
Glad you finished that one after the last story.
Guinness World Record for the longest mustache on a living person.
After that last story, 2 foot 1 inch.
Congratulations,
mustache.
This is if you're watching us on video, you're seeing old Paul Slosser of
That's not a
Somerville.
mustache.
Somerville, South Carolina. He had the length of his mustache verified at the National Beard and Mustache Championships in Casper,
Missed
Wyoming.
it again, damn it.
Disqualified, in my opinion.
Hey, by the way, bookmark this one. Bracket punishment payoff. The National Beard and Mustache Championships, Casper, Wyoming. We could have some fun with that.
Absolute disqualification. You can't.
Why?
You can't twist it into a very long ball of hair to count to me. It's got to be.
That's essentially what facial hair is.
No, it's got to continue its form. You got to grow it down. You can't twist it up
that's
like
the thing.
that.
I can have a record. What if I waxed mine where mine went up above my face?
Yeah.
I'd have the longest going up.
Yeah, I really don't think there are strong rules on this, Dunaway. I think you're probably
also stepped out of a time machine. It looks like.
Well, he said he is a facial hair enthusiast, which is a weird thing to be an enthusiast about. And he sported a mustache for about 30 years now, he says.
I think he could get another inch if he just straightened that thing out a little bit.
That's what she said. A sentence that remains undefeated in trash. Florida man allegedly steals a utility truck and $300,000 worth of employer's equipment while wearing an ankle monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was submitted by a member of the audience here.
Would have got away with it if it weren't for those dastardly kids or the ankle monitor.
Lewis Hill Jr. broke into a business, his own place of employment, by the way, and stole an estimated $300,000 worth of construction equipment and electronics. He needed a means to get a haul away of the ill-gotten property, so he also stole a utility truck and loaded it up with the stolen property. The vehicle's been doused with gasoline, but there were no signs of fire. So he doused it with gas, but he did not light the fire. He might have gotten away with everything, but he was wearing a GPS ankle monitor as a condition of his release on bond for previous aggravated assault charges.
The one thing.
Yeah, they generally follow you around when you wear one of those. That's kind of the purpose of it, right?
You're literally being tracked like an animal.
He is being held out bond in Escambia County Jail. This is fairly close to Alabama. Charged with burglary is a tough word for me to say.
Burglary.
I can't say it. Vehicle theft, criminal mischief, larceny.
Vehicle theft. Oh, you're okay with that one.
Possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, and obstruction of justice.
Wow. Just for that stuff.
Just for that stuff right there.
From his own
some
company.
Saws.
Well, there's more stuff
power
back here.
tools.
I mean, this looks like a bicycle.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, absolutely, what likely was going to happen, all that stuff was going to be stolen, and the next day he was going to go to work, even if he had not done it, and they were going to be like, man, I'm sorry, we got to let you go. We've had so much plus stuff stolen from us lately. Yeah. We're losing money. We got to make some cuts.
I do not like April Fool's jokes. Now, somebody in the chat room over there was like, geez, Brown, get a sense of humor. I got a sense of humor. The sense of humor does not like April Fool's jokes. I think they're lazy, generally not funny. They're stupid. I think radio shows that are like, oh, it's April Fool's, let's fool the audience, are probably the least talented people that are on the radio. A poster was placed. What?
That's just a shot at
People that are not talented.
No wonder Lunsford didn't like you. He was trying to be on the radio.
Lunsford would never do this. What?
JM saying of the bald guy making the rules for facial hair contests.
That is funny.
When you go into the Caillou Hair Nationals,
Yeah,
I will update you.
A poster was placed in the Gloucester North delivery office over in the UK April 1st.
Hold on. Lunsford, you wait now. Do you need my seat? You want to sit here?
Lunsford's got something. I don't know what Lunsford's up to, but he's doing something. I don't know that I could trust anybody back there anymore except for Scott.
I'm just saying, if you need my seat,
is
go
this
ahead.
coffee? Are you bringing Jim coffee?
Oh, thank you, man.
What
have you done with this coffee?
I would be super careful with that, but let me smell it.
Is this the official TNR? Yeah. But
it smells good. I mean, it smells like legit coffee.
We're trying to develop our own
blend.
Our own blend.
The next round blend of coffee.
Yep.
Fire away and see what you got. Yeah, let's see what you got. How's that taste?
Hot as heck.
Well, it's coffee, Jim.
Yeah. Oh, that's good though.
Yeah. On April 1st in Gloucester North delivery office over across the pond, there was a poster placed that all staff would receive an 11% pay raise backdated to April 2022. So you're going to backdate it a full year.
That's awesome.
After an agreement was reached with their workers' union. A spokesperson for Royal Mail, which is the company, said the poster has now been removed and it was only an April Fool's joke.
Something tells me somebody did that, and something must have happened where corporate said we didn't approve it, so we got to somehow.
Okay.
Oh, it's April. We can do April Fools.
Yeah. So imagine walking in your place of business and you see a sign that says, "Hey, everybody's getting an 11% pay raise, and it's backdated for a year." How excited would you get?
Oh my God! I would purchase something right then.
And then they come back and say, April Fools, I got you.
No. You can never promise something really good and then come back April Fools. That's bad.
Yep. Well, the local manager has apologized.
After 4 swigs, can Lunsford tell me is there anything wrong with this coffee? Because it tastes delicious. JB wants to know, is Lance's tonsils mixed in it?
Ugh.
I'll never tell. No, there's nothing wrong with it.
It tastes delicious, whatever
Well,
it is.
we just made a fresh batch, and Kelsey thought you would enjoy a cup, so I brought you a cup.
Oh, thank you, Kelsey. Happy birthday.
Yep. Finally, we've got 91 body modifications between two people here, which is a Guinness World Record for the most tattooed couple, and they've held this for 9 years now.
Well, first, before I show you the picture.
Before you show us the picture.
Do you think they're a good look? Do you think it's a good representation?
No, because I've read the story. And I've seen what one of the tattoos is. Dunaway, if you see somebody that's got 666 tattooed into their scalp, what do you think?
It's also got a black tongue.
Yeah, somebody hit him with like a cookie cutter star thing to make a star knot come up on that guy's head.
I paid for that.
Victor Hugo Peralta, he's 52. He's got 666 carved into his scalp alongside a $600 metal horn that are horns plural that have been implanted in his scalp. You also, if you're watching,
it's gonna be bad on your pillow when you're sleeping at night, just ripping the feathers out of it,
or washing your hair.
You see his wife Gabriella, she's 52.
That's his wife?
Yep. The couple live in Argentina. They were married 15 years, 91 tattoos between them, or, as they say, modifications to their body. They have previously been branded the Cherubs from Hell. Would you like to be known as a cherub from hell?
She's got a snake in her ears.
I mean, my goodness, she does. She has a hole in her ear with a snake coming out of it.
He also has a split in his tongue, and he's got two different eye colors.
He also has the F word across the fingers on his left hand and 666 on his scalp. Let's don't blow past that.
And he's dyed his tongue black brown. Yeah. That'll scare the hell out of you.
I mean, I can't imagine going through life like that.
Looks like a tag team wrestling.
It really does.
I mean, is that really where that saying came from?
What?
That it will scare the hell out of you, like it'll scare you to make you do good things?
Well, yeah. I mean, to make you,
I don't want to go there with those guys.
Yeah.
That'll scare the hell out of me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he's got the old 666 and the devil's horns. I think he's probably picked his side in the battle.
Yeah. And she's got the hair of fire.
Those rings look heavy on his finger. That skull. Oof.
The hair of fire,
bro. Got some kind of purple action going down on this finger like he was writing something.
We'd like a table for two, please.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Mortgage Right wants you to make them your first stop. Priority number one when you're buying a home. Mortgage Right, it does not have to be a hassle. They give you all the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership possible. If you have been even thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. MortgageRight.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. A really fabulous final hour coming up, even if I say so myself. Yes. Rockstar's first lounge appearance since he became a professional on-tour artist. He'll come back.
Very, very specific.
He'll come back here and sing for us. And then Peter Burns joins us from the Masters, where Brooks Koepka is at 12 under and in the lead right now. Braves win last night. More baseball. Auburn's game actually at 1 o'clock this afternoon as they moved up their home game with Texas A&M. Both Alabama and Auburn lost last night. We will get more college football, a little NFL news when we come back, and then more college football at the top of the hour. This is TNR, brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Okay, a couple more of those responses on teams that you would pick to unseed Georgia this year. Paul writes in, he goes Bama, USC, Michigan, and Clemson. That was close to what you came up with, Brown. You had Ohio State instead of Michigan.
Yes. I did not have Michigan. I had LSU, Ohio State, USC, Bama.
Will, Michigan, LSU, Penn State, USC. Penn State, team to keep an eye on, man.
Yeah.
Jonathan, Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, LSU.
I mean, I think you're going to get a lot of Clemson in there. Florida State was my hesitation there because I think Florida State's good enough to beat Clemson and could kind of, and that could cost Clemson, just that one game could cost them the division.
E. Pierce, Ohio State, Alabama, and I'll refer my time back to the great man from anywhere else. That's where he's going to stop.
I only need to.
McKenzie, Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee, Texas A&M. Somebody from the SEC to knock them out.
Very bold prediction there.
Yep. Leetown, probably Bama, Kansas, Duke, and UCLA. You know, there was a time that was an automatic joke, and I would laugh. But Kansas and Duke had the years they had last year. Tracy, Bama, Michigan, LSU, Texas. Some of those responses there. You can go on Twitter. Others over in the chat room. Brought to you today in part by our friends at NASCAR. We're getting ready to go racing at Talladega later this month.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That's how you get tickets to the Geico 500 weekend and reserve your race weekend garage experience. The most immersive in NASCAR, presented by Cool Ray. You can enhance that race weekend right there at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Now, listen, it's all going to start Friday, April 21st with a big one on the Boulevard, just a massive party there that you do not want to miss. Doubleheader of racing Saturday and Cole Swindell in concert. And then the Geico 500 is Sunday, April 23rd, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com to reserve your spot today.
All right. Cam Newton says, despite what some people said after his Auburn Pro Day, he is willing to be the number 2 quarterback for these franchises.
Okay, so he said, I will be back up here.
At these places.
Okay, fire away.
But really, he just named the quarterbacks that he'd be willing to back up.
Okay.
But I put the names here. Deshaun Watson at Cleveland, Lamar Jackson at Baltimore, Justin Fields at Chicago, Tua Tagovailoa at Miami, Malik Willis at Tennessee, Jalen Hurts at Philadelphia, Aaron Rodgers wherever he is, Green Bay or New York, Josh Allen in Buffalo, and Sam Howell at Washington. He's willing in those places or with those quarterbacks to be the backup. I wonder if it's because Deshaun has had his problems and missed time. Lamar runs it. Justin runs it. Tua's injury. Malik runs it. Jalen runs it. Aaron's old. Josh runs it. And Sam Howell's not that good.
Yeah. I was just looking at places where he thought he could get on the field right away, and I think you've broken the code there. Or get on the field the most, and you've broken the code. You know, I mean, some of those places would be interesting to see him there. Like, I mean, you said Miami. I'll just take my team because there's a chance he starts a couple games if he's the Miami quarterback. With the weapons that you would have around him, I mean, who wouldn't want to play with that? All right, who doesn't want to throw to Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill?
You don't have to throw it far.
No, sometimes you just got to get it up in the air for those two.
Yeah, they'll catch it and run. Exactly. Yeah. So who's your backup right now? Who's your backup situation? Are you looking for a backup right now?
They did not hold on to Teddy Bridgewater. Right now, Skylar Thompson is the backup. So for those that don't remember, Skylar Thompson is the
K-State?
Kansas State quarterback who came in. They didn't even, I think it was undrafted, late pick, and they didn't even think he was going to make the roster. He played so well in camp that they kept him on the roster, and he ended up having to start a playoff game for Miami. That's how bad it got for Miami as far as injuries go. He had to start the playoff game in Buffalo and almost won the thing.
Right.
As a third-team quarterback, basically. So he's the backup this year.
So
Cam will be a better backup than Skylar Thompson.
Yeah. Especially if it's short-term. You have to do a few things.
Yeah, just spot starts, which is what you would get, right?
Interesting from Cam Newton there, yes.
And the other thing I was going to say about, backing up Lamar, you play a similar style. Lamar's faster than Cam Newton, obviously, especially now. That said, there's a chance Lamar, holdout, not there. I mean, there's a lot that could go wrong with Lamar Jackson in Baltimore at this point. I mean, he's demanded to be traded. There have been talks about him not playing as a contract holdout type deal or protecting his body. He said that's nonsense. But, there's a chance they just trade the guy and you end up being potentially the starter.
Miami signed Mike White recently from the Jets. I do remember that, Michael. Thank you for there. Jace, go ahead.
He's not guaranteed to be the backup. They like Skylar Thompson.
Jace, Ravens fan. I would prefer Huntley over Newton. Newton doesn't have a whole lot left in the tank
Tyler Huntley's a capable backup. He's been a solid backup for Baltimore.
And he fits their system really well, right? They play to his strength. Tiger Woods is on the golf course, according to Chris. Has he teed it off yet, or is he about to tee it up right here?
Tiger is...
Looks like he's teeing it up on number one there. Is that live?
Yeah, this is going to be kind of weird, all right? So Tiger was on the practice range, and I was watching him warm up and hit balls, and he did not like how his shirt was fitting him on the sides. He changed shirts.
So he went from a black shirt to a purple shirt?
Yep. He didn't like the way, like, he swung a couple times, and then he was pulling like this. He was pulling on the side of it.
It happens for me when I'm at 204, but thanks to our friends at Way to Wellness, I'm down to 195.8 today.
Well, Tiger's in a little better shape than you, but he was pulling on the sides and, like, trying to stretch it out. Did not like it, so he went in and changed shirts. That's pretty funny.
Yep, and he hit it into the rough on the left side of the fairway there, or the right side, one of the sides of the fairways, not on the green. So Tiger Woods is off of number one, and he is on the golf course. And we will update you on the Masters, talk a little college football when we come back. Also, Rockstar in the lounge, and Peter Burns, who's in Augusta, where, by the way, still blue skies in a lot of places. But I just saw the down the fairway shot. Behind them, it's blue. Ahead of them, there are dark clouds going off of number one. Eventually, the weather expected to play havoc with these guys in the afternoon. Victor Hovland going off right after Tiger here.
You like Hovland?
I don't really know him personally.
You don't know much about him? Yeah.
But my first impression is he would give me his seat in a press box. Absolutely.
Boom! Boy, I'm so glad y'all did that podcast.
Dr. B has got LT's hair looking almost as good as his throat does right now.
I mean, out of context, that is such a weird. I knew what you're saying, but
it really doesn't make sense because his throat's probably scabby and stuff. Dr. B has got LT's hair looking better than his throat right now.
That's right. We know the hair is healthy. Listen, Lance went in to see our guy, Dr. Beckenstein, Dr. B, about maybe trying to grow some of his hair back. And he went in, initial consultation. Dr. B looked around and said, yeah, I think we can help. So what they did then is genetic testing, which is determining the best course of treatment for Lance. They got the results back from that. They had a virtual meeting, and Lance chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will increase the thickness of Lance's hair, and it has already, and he is so excited about the results, and a lot of people have been stopping Lance saying, I can tell a difference. For more than 20 years, men and women have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He's using that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand their procedures that they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, or visit Dr. Beckenstein at t3hair.net.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Top of the hour, show brought to you in part by the great folks at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy, and the wonderful folks at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. They sponsor our studio here from the Blue Lake Center. Always 12 o'clock on a Friday, time to enjoy another beverage. Bud Lights and Diet Cokes all around. One out for LT as well, as he is out after his surgery. Things going well for him. If you missed that 10 o'clock hour earlier today, we'll talk a little bit more college football, get a Masters update, get Rockstar in the lounge a little bit later on, and Peter Burns from the Masters. But right now, we'll tell you the headlines are brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. C. Stu and the guys ready to cap the gutters one last time to protect your home for a long, long time.
Yeah, don't forget you can call C-Stu. Sorry, I thought you were doing that. When you call C-Stu at Gutter Cap, and you never have to get that dangerous ladder out again. It's patented aluminum cover system fitting over most existing gutters, keeping out debris and eliminating gutter cleaning. They'll come, they'll get that ladder out, they'll clean out that gutter one last time, they'll cover it, never have to worry about it again. You can stay off that dangerous ladder and can save right now when you call C-Stu at Gutter Cap. 823-2212. That's 205-823-2212. 823-2212 for Gutter Cap.
All right. I will tell you, Brooks Koepka has been the story. He has finished his round over at the Masters, round number 2. But he's not the only guy making a big move today, is he?
He is not. Jason Day is 4 under on the day. Koepka finished his day at 5 under par with a 67. Jason Day playing the par 5 15th right now with a chance to close that gap a little bit on Koepka. He's 3 back right now at 9 under par. I'll tell you who continues to be a fascinating story is this Sam Bennett kid, the amateur that plays his golf at Texas A&M.
SEC Power.
SEC Power, Dunaway, Texas A&M. He is at 6 under par, 2 under on the day, 6 back of Koepka, but right now he's in 5th place. I mean, that's pretty remarkable.
That's
for
right.
An amateur going into the weekend in the top 10, perhaps.
Another developing story, and he's halfway through his round, a little over it now, is Rory McIlroy is below the cut line. Like, he may miss the cut. In fact, Tiger Woods, who's just teeing off, is a couple of strokes ahead of Rory right now.
Tiger is at 2 over, just teeing off. Rory is at 4 over, which is where the projected cut is going to fall. So he has got some work to do on the back 9 to get inside the projected cut right now.
Yeah, so what's the cut line again? Is it 3? 2?
Right now, I've got it at 2. I think they just adjusted it. It was at 3 earlier. I think they just adjusted it that the 2s are missing the cut there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Roy's got some work to do, no doubt.
No doubt about that. And that's why, you know, when you wish and or pray for stuff, you just got to, put it in God's hands because, if you're Tiger Woods, you go out there, man, if I could just beat Rory by 2 strokes in this tournament, I'd be really happy. Well, that's not the Rory that showed up.
That's right.
You are 2 strokes, and you got a battle to make the cut.
That's right.
But
the cut's going to fall at +1, so all the +2s and worse are out of it right now. But that can change, especially if there's more weather and wind here. It's going to go up.
I will tell you that I was so impressed with Tiger Woods, who's just starting his round. I know it was 2 over, but if you watched his round yesterday, as I know a lot of you did, just to see maybe the greatest or one of the 2 greatest to ever have done it, to be out there and to play his ass off just to keep it within the shouting range of the cut line.
He described it as constant pain. He's in constant pain.
Yeah, but he battled just to get around that golf course, not physically, but with a decent enough score to where he had something to play for today. We'll see how he survives today. But yeah, he's in a lot of pain. Where's Justin Thomas?
He is not teed off yet. He's still 2 under from his 70 yesterday.
So still 2 under, but that is 10 full strokes back now. John Rahm also has not teed off. He was a co-leader. He is at 7 under as the Masters go through round 2. Braves won last night, 7-6. College baseball in the SEC continuing today around the league. Alabama's got a big scrimmage today. UAB had their spring game last night where the defense dominated the offense. You heard from Trent Dilfer earlier in the show where he talked about they thought they played winning football on the defensive side. They got 4 more practice, hopes to get the offense going in a better direction. Auburn's A-Day is tomorrow. Speaking of Auburn's A-Day, Rockstar, if you can give me cut number 2, Auburn's defensive coordinator is Ron Roberts, if you do not know that name yet. Ron Roberts is his name. And Ron talks about what he has seen from the Auburn defense so far.
I think our guys have had a tremendous attitude. I think every day they came in like sponges, really take coaching, learning, tremendous attitude in the classroom, on the field. The effort's been outstanding. I think we make continuous progress every day we've been on the field. We got to keep doing that. I think a lot of it right now just with new systems, new schemes. The communication factor is huge. And there's guys that have graded well, done well. We kind of classify them in a can-do category. We need more guys in that boat. We need more guys to be able to understand alignment, assignment, where they're supposed to be, and the effort that we are playing this game with, and the expectations of Auburn football.
All right. Defense has had some good days. Offense has had some good days. Hugh talking about that earlier. They will roll out A-Day tomorrow, 1 o'clock scheduled right now down on the Plains. Tommy Reese in Tuscaloosa, the new offensive coordinator, the young guy. You got to think the one-time quarterback connects well with his players. Ja'Cory Brooks has one thing he noticed about Tommy Reese over in Tuscaloosa as they get ready for that scrimmage today. What was that, Ja'Cory?
You have a new coordinator this year. Just how much is carried over from last year and how much is new with the offense that you've seen?
I wouldn't say too much is new, but it's a lot different. I say he's more, young, got a little more swag in him, so, everything is like we could more relate.
It's kind of funny. You heard Nick Saban was asked about the age of Tommy Reese and didn't downplay it. Basically was almost acted offended you would ask. What if he's an old guy, right? Why does he have to? What's it matter if he's a young guy?
Right.
But then you hear the players talk, and it sounds a little bit different, right? He's a little bit younger, got a little more swagger. I think players can see the connection. I was talking to somebody close to Ty Simpson not long ago, and just trying to, get a little information on him. And I brought up Tommy Reese, and I said, I don't, the guy was asking me, he was like, what are you hearing in Tuscaloosa? Is Ty going to be the starter? And I said, I think most people handicap him as the leader, but from what I've heard, Milrose had a pretty good spring, so you don't know it's going to go into the summer and probably even into next season. And I said, but if you want to read between the lines, when Alabama needed an offensive coordinator, they went and hired the guy that was Ty Simpson's lead recruiter at Notre Dame. And this guy stopped me. This guy knows the Simpson family. He's like, oh, he wasn't just the lead recruiter. This guy was all in.
That's right.
Like he was living at the Simpsons' house. He wanted Ty Simpson very, very, very badly. So, I do think in the case of Tommy Reese, you got a guy that was very familiar with Ty Simpson and very much liked what he saw in Ty Simpson when he was at Notre Dame.
Brown's going to tell you about Michelson laser vision, and then we're going to get into the discussion. I asked him in 4 downs, better play caller in the state when they were in the state of Florida as a head coach, Jimbo Fisher or Steve Spurrier. Everyone went Steve Spurrier. There's a reason I asked that question, and I'll jump into that as part of the Andy Staples mailbag at The Athletic if you want to go read more on what we're about to talk about. But that's head coaches who call offensive plays. Michelson laser vision will help you see the playbook really clear this year.
Yeah, if you get LASIK, it can change your life. It did for Lance. You could find out if it's right for you with Michelson laser vision. 969-8100. Call Amy. Say, look, you gave Lance his vision back. I want mine too. MichelSonLaserVision.com, 969-8100. You don't have to miss a play if you can get LASIK vision, and you can improve that distance vision there. See every play on the field with Michelson Laser Vision. 969-8100. Pioneers. Dr. Mark and his daughter, Dr. Jennifer Michelson, have done it for years, and they do it better than anybody. MichelSonLaserVision.com or 969-8100.
This is important, I think, for Lincoln Riley. this conversation we're about to have, and I don't know who else, but for Lincoln Riley, as far as a guy who is in contention to win a national championship, the last head coach to win a national championship while calling offensive plays was Jimbo Fisher.
So 2013.
And
That's how far back we have to go.
It's been 9 seasons now. You had USC's Pete Carroll in 2004, Steve Spurrier in 1996, Tom Osborne in 94, 95, and 97.
So you're telling me this does not happen very often.
That's what I'm telling you. So I'm asking you, do you think this hurts or helps Lincoln Riley? And when or if he ever wins one, will Lincoln Riley be calling plays?
Yes, I think he will. I don't think that's something he'll give up, his play calling. I mean, he's exceptionally good at it. The thing that has cost Lincoln Riley, to me, his shot at a national championship isn't that he's calling his own plays. It's that he has not had the commitment to defense that he needs. And maybe that goes hand in hand. Maybe he's so focused on offense that the defense falls to the side. But this is a guy calling plays that consistently made the college football playoff. So I don't know that you could be critical and say, well, he can't do it, calling plays. Well, he made the playoffs every year calling plays, so he's, in theory, a game or two away from winning the national championship. Does he forget how to call plays in those games? It's just the commitment to defense. If he can ever match those two things up, and I said it when he was at Oklahoma, he's an elite play caller offensively. If he can ever find a way to match those two up, they'll win a national championship at USC. But he's just got to get more serious about his defense than he was at Oklahoma.
But those numbers tell you it hasn't happened a lot.
Nope.
Gus Malzahn, same year, though, offensive play caller, was in the national championship game.
Right.
They had some success since then. Ended up giving up play calling, then would call some plays not back and forth, back to calling plays at UCF. I guess it's different for defense, but even Kirby, who's won the last two, technically doesn't call the defensive plays.
No, I'm trying to think of a coach that, outside of Lincoln Riley, that you would think about and say, this guy's got a shot at doing it, calling his own offensive plays.
Dykes did last. No, I guess Garrett Riley did.
Yeah, Garrett Riley was calling the plays. So, and Jim Harbaugh doesn't call his own offense. Ryan Day,
I think he does.
He does, but didn't he say he was giving it up? Wasn't that what Kirk Herbstreit said?
Or maybe thinking about it, right?
Thinking about giving it up. I don't think Norvell doesn't call his own stuff. If you think Florida State's a contender, Dabo doesn't call his at Clemson. Not many guys have a chance to even add to that stat right there just because they don't call their own plays. It probably says a lot, right?
Heupel does at Tennessee,
He
though.
does.
Now.
He does if you think they're a national championship contender.
And what I always say about Gus Malzahn when people were debating should he be calling plays or should he not be calling plays.
We said a lot about Gus.
I always said if he's not calling the plays, then why the hell is your head coach? That's what he does the best.
It's why you went and hired him.
That's
you
right.
went and hired him because he was an elite level play caller.
Yeah. I want to ask you a question about Frank Solich here.
Old man Frank, is he still coaching?
He is not, but our buddy Matt Rule is doing something really smart. And Trev Albert says it had been in the work. He's the athletic director in Nebraska for a couple of years. He'd been thinking about this, but Matt Rule's making it happen. When Nebraska plays their spring game coming up in Lincoln on April the 22nd, they are honoring Frank Solich.
Right.
They're bringing him back on campus.
Good.
Some people may not know this about Frank Solich. From his playing days through his time with Tom Osborne, he was at Nebraska for 40 football seasons.
Yeah, I read that not long ago, and it blew me away because I only really knew him in Osborne's late years as an assistant and then as the head coach.
40 years.
Yeah.
So he is a Cornhusker for life in Nebraska. And the fact of the way it ended for him and the way he left and had to go off, got fired and left. His record, for those that don't remember, as the head coach at Nebraska was 58-19.
Played for a national championship, too, if memory serves.
58-19, and I forget the guy who was the athletic director then, and obviously he's not anymore because he made a horrible decision.
Well, he made the popular decision among the fans because Solich was replacing Osborne, and even that record was a drop-off from where they were with Tom Osborne.
Sure.
And they got drilled by Miami in that national championship game out of the Rose Bowl, and that was not Nebraska football.
But that has now led to the old, what is called the Solich curse, that they haven't been good since they fired.
I mean, Bo Pelini had some 9-win seasons, but you're right. And Bo Pelini played for a conference championship at least.
They're bringing him back. And I would ask you, who are some coaches that you think deserve some respect at their old programs that maybe they don't get it?
Well, let me think about that through Rockstar song. I want to give some thought on that. Yeah.
Do it through Rockstar. Or if you want to, we can bring it back. Think about it. We can bring it back on Monday if you want. Give me a list.
Because, I mean, like, I'm inclined to say, because you've always said this of Mike Shula, he did Alabama a solid. It's not remembered fondly but Mike Shula didn't embarrass your program.
That's right.
Mike Shula was an Alabama guy, and if he was willing to come back, now that all that water's under the bridge and you've had the most successful 15 years, one of the most successful in college football history, it would be nice to see some bridges mended there.
Gene Chizik doesn't get enough respect.
He's been back, though, at least when they recognized the 10 national championship teams several years back.
But I'm telling you that Cam and Gus gets all the support, all the love for that 2010, and they should. But Gene Chizik, to navigate those waters with everybody trying to cancel Cam and cancel the season and all of that, he deserves more credit than he get. They actually won the national championship, and there's a list of others throughout sports. Maybe even Butch Jones a little at Tennessee. I don't know. I mean, you can go.
I want to think on that. Yeah.
And give me that list on Monday, and maybe we can get LT to do a little homework without a voice over the weekend to give us his maybe 5 college coaches who deserves the Frank Solich treatment of being welcomed back on campus, did a better job than they get respect for. All right, Brownie talked about it. Coming up, we will get into Rockstar's Lounge. That is in the next segment. Then Peter Burns. Brought to you in part today, our speedy run to the break here by our speedy run to NASCAR again. 200-plus miles per hour, not a problem at Talladega. It is the world's fastest speedway.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com is the website to go to. You can secure your spot at the Geico 500 weekend starting Friday, April 21st with a big one on the Boulevard. Doubleheader racing on Saturday and Cole Swindell in the Infield concert. And then the Sunday, Geico 500 on April 23rd. Don't forget to enhance your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Back with you on the next round. Can you pod Rockstar's mics up? Can we get just a little sound check? And we'll talk about Odie's as well. Odie's is going to bring us to the lounge today. Can you strum that guitar for me? Let's hear what that sounds like.
Oh, it sounds beautiful.
We got that.
How are you, Rockstar?
You got that vocal?
Well, I'm fine.
I need a little bit more mic from Rockstar there.
I'm fine. How are you?
We're good, man.
Is this sounding good?
It sounds fantastic. Yeah.
I feel like we need a little more microphone.
We'll get some more of that.
Yeah, more microphone.
I like the guitar. I like that guitar. That guitar's got a good sound to it.
This is good old Martin.
Yep.
My favorite Martin.
I like that. Brown, are you going to give him a little reverb when we get to it?
He'll get some reverb, man.
Yeah.
Jim, I mean, we've done this before, man.
I know, but
I've never seen anybody so nervous about something we do all off season. He's like 15 questions in the commercial break.
Just want to remind everybody that Rockstar and everybody here at the Black Jacket Symphony will be out in the lobby when the show's over with. He'll be posting for pictures free. We'll post them on our social media.
No, not for free.
Not for free.
No.
I'm sorry. No, not for free. Rockstar is here in the Rockstar Lounge. We do it every Friday after the Final Four, all the way up to football season, and brought to you this week by our friends at Odie's.
Hey, Odie's is right there in Crestline Village. It's a Birmingham institution. You can go grab a great lunch there right now. The Diablo sandwich, Rodney's famous cheeseburger. How was the concert last night? I forgot to ask you. How'd it go last night?
It went really well. We are a little rusty. It's been since November. A lot of stuff needs to be worked on. So we're going to get tighter. We've got another show, I think, May 19th. So I think it's the date. If I get it wrong, I apologize deeply. But got another show in May that we're going to be better. We're going to call ourselves tighter because that's what we need to be.
A little tighter? Okay.
Did you have was it a new drummer, new bass player last night?
No, Doug is a friend of mine that he's been playing the past two shows with us. Now we're a full band on that tiny stage. It's fun to bump elbows with
Yeah, I was about
people.
to say, I don't think there's enough room for four people.
Will's got a Neil Peart drum set that's really interesting. So, yeah.
All right.
Taylor Korn, our social media director, is out of our command center. She's here to take some videos and pictures and to enjoy the music with a nice cold beer today as we go to the Rockstar Lounge today. You tell me, what song are you playing today?
Since everybody made fun of me yesterday, I would never take a listener submission. Taylor put on there on our social media platforms what songs they would like me to play, and I got one that it was interesting that nobody ever requests. That's going to be a double doozy since I don't do this often. I'm going to do a Pearl Jam song, and I don't do Pearl Jam often anymore. Right. It is from one of their first songs they ever wrote from the Mama Son Trio. It's called Footsteps. That was originally a Temple of the Dogs song called Times of Trouble.
Oh, wow, how about that? I was a big Temple of the Dogs guy.
Did you like them?
Yes.
What'd you call them?
Temple of the Dogs.
I thought you said Table of the Dog. I was like, that's right. So this was imagine fourth grade Sean, just super emotional about this song and everything. And Eddie's vocals are so amazing, but I probably won't do it justice. But anybody out there, download Footsteps by Pearl Jam.
This is Rockstar in the Next Round Lounge.
Don't even think about reaching me. I won't be home. Don't even think about stopping by. Don't think of me at all. I did what I had to do. If there was a reason, it was you. Don't even think about getting inside. The voices in my head, ooh, voices. Oh, I got scratches all over my arms, one for each day since I fell apart. What I had to do, and if there was a reason, it was you. Footsteps in the hole. It was you, it was you. Oh, pictures on my chest. It was you. It was you. I did what I had to do. And if there was a reason, there wasn't no reason, no. There's something you like to do, just let me continue to blame you. Footsteps in the hole. It was you, it was you. Oh, pictures on my chest. It was you. It was you. When the spoon is high.
Wow. Man, I'm so glad that the lounge is back, and you went with one of those right in your wheelhouse there. What was the last line? When the spoon is hot?
Yeah, that's from
heroin.
Yeah, that's from.
Is that about the smack? Is that what that's about?
I combined it. That's the end of Footsteps.
What are we talking about there, Rockstar?
It's for the footsteps into that, into the Times of Trouble song that Chris Cornell wrote from the Temple of Dogum. So I just did the first line of that song just to kind of mesh them
bridge
together.
it, yeah. I like that.
My goodness.
Very well done, Rockstar.
Very happy song.
We're back, baby.
Very happy song.
I love that stuff.
It's the spring and summer of 2023 when I hear Rockstar.
It was brought to you by our friends at Odie's today. We appreciate them so much. Diablo sandwich waiting for you at lunch or dinner. Anytime, great burgers as well. Fantastic, says Laura. Nothing but clapping emojis from Josh. Jack,
Tommy J was the one that suggested it. So Tommy J.
Thank you, Tommy J.
Yeah, thank you,
There you
Tommy
go.
J. Absolutely great cover, Rockstar. So glad the lounge is back. Me too, Jack, as we sit here and enjoy our cocktails today. That gets us to the question we always ask next.
Is there a second song?
Do you have another song for us today?
Or you want to go after Peter? You want to think of one and go after Peter?
I
We
got one, but if
play
you
it out
want-
to the end. What do you want to? How you want to do it?
I can do one now and one after Peter if you want. I'm in that
holy
kind of mood
crap.
today.
Wow.
I'm in the mood for 3 songs.
I think Peter might need to go at 35. So
Okay, you
we
wanna
can
take
make
a break
decision.
now?
Yeah. Why don't we take a break and let's do Peter and do one on the other side?
All right. If anyone is scoring at home with the history of the show here, it is Brown now, who's wanting to do more sports today
Listen,
and
man.
less other stuff.
Well, it's the Masters. It's a big deal.
Hey,
Yeah,
it's a guy. I mean, do you believe in being on time? If you tell Peter, "Hey, we'll do it at 12:35," don't we?
absolutely.
Yeah, you don't
do it
want to
at
leave a bad
12:35?
first impression.
Absolutely. So, Rockstar, I know you've scattered all your stuff out in your seat there, but Brown's going to need you to gather it all up and awkwardly walk away.
That's actually good, Don.
Thank you. I am on fire today.
Nobody's better with that Lancer.
I'm the new LT. When we come back, Peter Burns joins us from the Masters right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round. Brought to you in part today by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. They fix it right, they fix it the first time, and they do it at a fair price. LT will send out a lock later on. LT liked a really good chance of Justin Thomas of Alabama winning the Masters. That's not happening at the moment. Sunjang M was a very popular play. That was another LT pick. I liked Rory. We're about to talk to Peter Burns about Rory just fighting to make the cut, which looks like it's not going to happen. All that coming up. Our friends at Hemp Hill, plumbing, cooling, and heating, they handle it all. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090.
All right, our buddy Peter Burns, SEC Network and ESPN, is there at Augusta working with ESPN. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Burnsy, what's up? How are you?
I'm trying to figure out if I could have beaten Rory McIlroy this week. I don't think I could because I'm not striking it really well, but we were me and a buddy were just leaving the course, and we're like, you've got to play pretty hard. Like, you got to try pretty hard to be like 5 or 6 over if your swing is in good shape right now. Like, that's about as shocking as anything that I've seen so far in the first 2 days of this tournament.
Yeah, it really is stunning. I mean, even yesterday, he looked like he was just a hair off. It wasn't like he was way off yesterday, but today, obviously, I haven't watched much of it, but obviously at 5 over par today, he's way off right now, and he's about to slam the trunk.
Yeah, I mean, one bad shot can do it. One bad break can do it. But I go back and look at John Rahm. I mean, John Rahm 4-putted the first hole on Thursday, and we're like, oh, my God, what is he going to shoot? Well, then he plays like 9 under the rest of the way, and he conquered it. And I think one of the things with Rory, guys, is Rory's been on the forefront of an ambassador against, Live Golf, and he's been on, he's basically become kind of like the spokesperson alongside Tiger for the game of golf in many different directions. And I don't think he has spent as much time on his actual game as he would like to. I mean, and that's not my words, that's his words. He's kind of complained about that, saying maybe I need to stop doing all this leadership stuff and get back to focusing on winning golf tournaments. And I can tell you what, he ain't going to win it, especially when Koepka's playing this damn well.
Well, before we talk about Koepka, I wanted to ask you, do you feel like ever, though, that is the mounting pressure of him still needing this one to get the career Grand Slam? Or is it just that his swing is so out of whack that pressure never even factored into it this week?
Yeah, I mean, because he played well. Because I called the Dell match play, and, he was striking the ball well and driving it well. So, I mean, I think there's, and he's notoriously kind of a slow starter on a lot of these tournaments that then kind of kicks it into a second gear. But I do think there's something to that. I think there's something about, hey, this one is different, as opposed to, hey, it's just another game, one day at a time, the cliche. I think for those guys that are just big trophy hunting now, they're after one. They try to peak their game for 1 week of the year or 4 weeks of the year. And I think that pressure is just part of it right now. And it's a pretty gettable course right now, at least early. Now, when the weather turns tomorrow and later this afternoon, it's going to be a completely different tournament. That's why it was so big for Koepka to be able to get out on the early tee time this morning, knock down his round. Now he has, all day to rest today. He'll have a really late tee time tomorrow, and he's really put himself in absolute pole position right now.
Yeah, I'm really interested on Brooks Koepka playing so well, but being so bad in all 4 of the majors last year. Did anybody see this coming from him?
I mean, I did. I put a couple dollars on him to play well. So
Wow.
Well, the thing is he played well at Live in the event. And, I know a lot of people say, well, they're not playing 72 holes and it's only 54 holes. I'm like, it's still golf, right? Like, the swing will travel. And one of the things he talked about earlier this week, guys, was that this was as healthy as he's felt since he was going, since he was on fire a couple of years ago when he's winning those majors. So, I mean, again, he made it just look easy out there. And there was never any kind of like unbelievable shots. It was just kind of like, it's what Scotty Scheffler has been doing for the last year, except Brooks Koepka, not Scotty, doing it right now.
Peter Burns is with us at Peter Burns ESPN on Twitter. You see him on the SEC Network and ESPN. Hear him on ESPN Radio. I mentioned SEC Network. Sam Bennett is normal. I do this thing with Dunaway. I follow golf. You and I follow it closer than Dunaway. And I have taught him when I read the leaderboard and I say a name, I say Dunaway, SEC Power.
Georgia.
Dunaway always says Georgia because Georgia's got half the PGA Tour. In this case, he would be wrong. Dunaway, Sam Bennett, SEC Power.
Gig 'em
Aggies. How about this kid, Burnsy? He's in second place right now. He's got a shot to be in one of the final 2 pairings going off on Saturday. It's pretty crazy.
It's incredible. And while I gave myself credit for liking Brooks Koepka going into this week, me and all of my friends had a slight wager about what SEC Power was going to be better, Gordon Sargent or Sam Bennett.
Oh, I'd have gone Sargent in a heartbeat.
I went Gordon Sargent. I'm like, it's Sargent, right? Like, he's out driving JT and Rory and Tiger and these guys by 20 yards, and he's playing great, and he's a great Vanderbilt golfer. Like, he is the future of it. And we followed Sam Bennett around yesterday, and he played with Scotty Scheffler, and I'm telling you, he was as comfortable as anybody. Like, just watching him, he never seemed rattled. He played really smart golf, and hitting it to the places where you would see Tiger hit it. Like, and a lot of times, like, Tiger will hit it to a place, and the announcers are like, well, that's just a really smart play by Tiger Woods because, he could give himself a birdie putt, but he didn't have the trouble. That's what Sam Bennett did yesterday, and, man, it is impressive to watch. And what a storyline that would be, right? If he's able to continue to keep that going on. And by the way, he's an SEC golfer. It's crazy.
It really is. A couple other guys I want to ask you about. Jordan Spieth is always a roller coaster. I mean, right now he's 7 back at 5 under, but his game has rounded into shape if Koepka happens to come backwards. Your thoughts on Jordan Spieth?
Yeah, I mean, Spieth obviously he can get up and down from anywhere. He's a damn squirrel, and we saw him yesterday, and really he had one bad shot. He just came up a little short over on 12 or 11 rather, and hit it in the water, and I ended up making like double or triple there. And outside of that hole, the first, he's played 17 of them really damn well. So I mean, he's a guy that the crowd will get behind. It's great to watch him. He's had that success, and he's played well as of late. So again, though, I know anything can happen, but Koepka has a pretty good chance that I would imagine nobody's going to get because of the weather. I don't think anybody's going to get to 10. I mean, Koepka's in pretty big cruise control on this thing right now, and what an interesting storyline that would be. And the whole live golf thing, and we followed Phil and Dustin Johnson, and we saw them. It was just like they were normal golfers. Like I think people have been blowing this whole like, oh my God, what's it going to be like for the live golf thing? I mean, the patrons and the fans at Augusta were fine. They were polite. There wasn't any kind of weird heckling or anything like that. Obviously, you don't do that at the Masters, but it seemed like normal golf to me.
We watched Jordan Spieth on the punty green on ESPN on your network there. He had a harness on and a stick on the front, trying to keep his shoulders straight, and he's practicing.
He moved all the change to his right pocket.
It is so robotic.
I mean, he's at the best. I mean, he's one of the best players in the world, and he's got a contraption on warming up putting. Do you have any contraptions like that? And how much money do inventors of those things take out of y'all's pocket, you golfers? Because he's one of the best in the world, and he's wearing basically a reverse sports bra with a stick in it.
But I'd buy the reverse sports bra with the stick in it if it made me putt any type better. Like, we will do anything like for to get our game. And not just like awesome, like incredibly better. I'm talking about just like one shade better, Dunaway. Like we will give that money because it's an expensive sport already. And if you're going to put together some like made in China plastic thing for like $30, I'm like, sure, I'll try it. What's the worst thing? I still suck at golf. Like, why not try it? So yeah, I would imagine they're going to sell a few of those widgets, whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, I spent $600 on a new driver recently because my driver was 200 yards, but it was in the fairway almost every time.
But how old was your driver? Well,
it was right before the pandemic. So what year was that? 2019?
Yeah, it's not that old, really.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, okay. So I thought if it had been like 2010 or something like that, I'd be like, why the hell did you buy a brand new one? You buy like a 2021 and save you a bunch of money.
It wasn't Persimmon. I know you were thinking it might have been Persimmon.
So I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm never going to be that guy, Peter, that goes out and start buying new equipment because I'm a 17 handicap and I've had to work to get it to 17. But then my buddies who I play with a lot, they hit it further than me. And I hit one guy's driver one day and it went about 30 yards further than mine. And I was like, oh, it's just a technology. So I went and bought this driver and I did hit it 20 yards further, but it was 20 yards further into the woods every time. So I took it back and bought $600 worth of clothing with my store credit. I think it was a great move because I look fabulous on the golf course now.
You can't, look good, feel good. I mean, that's the whole idea. If you can't play like a golfer, at least you can look like one. That's the important part of it.
Hey, I will ask you this from your production meetings as you go. If you watch the Masters like I did, like Bernsey did growing up, seeing Jim Nantz and Trevor Immelman interview Rory McIlroy walking up the ninth seems so foreign to this event. But Augusta has become more open to things that draw in the younger audience and things that makes it appealing to more of a TV audience. So I loved it. I loved them talking to Homa, Andrew Catalan and Trevor Immelman talking to Homa coming down the 14th fairway yesterday afternoon. Do you know if they're continuing that through the weekend?
I hadn't heard that they would. I think that they had agreed for the guys to do it, but I think ultimately when it comes down to it, I'd be shocked if anybody did it on Sunday, obviously. We might see it on Saturday. But I think some of those guys are understanding the benefit of it. And it's no different than like how, college kids now are doing name, image, and likeness. Like, hey, this is an opportunity to get to know these people. That's why I think a lot of guys are going to want to volunteer to do full swing season 2. Is like, hey, I can become a personality, and all I got to do is talk for, up at the fairway on one hole. Like, we're making it sound like we're putting a man on the moon, but because it's just so foreign to us for golfers because we've been starved of access for the longest time.
By the way, speaking of NIL, I noticed yesterday the kid from Texas A&M, Sam Bennett, he's logoed up like a European. I mean, he's like,
oh hell, absolutely. Like, I mean, like Roy McAvoy with Salome truck stop or something like that. Like.
He's like, I got this one chance at Augusta. I'm going to sell to anybody I can. And he went out and got all these business.
Hell,
I know.
Would you not?
Absolutely. He's a genius to do it. I applaud him for it.
Yeah, and you know what? At Texas A&M, they bought every one of them.
Thank you, Nick. All right, he is Peter Burns, at Peter Burns ESPN on Twitter. You can hear him from Augusta through the weekend. Are you doing like some of the early stuff on ESPN? Where can people catch you?
I am done.
You're done now, okay.
I am enjoying it. My college teammates are in town, so we are going to have 1,100 cocktails for the remainder of the weekend.
So you'll catch Peter at T-Bones. That's where you'll catch Peter at T-Bones on Washington there. That's the spot.
Do you go egg salad or one of the other sandwiches when you're buying from the...
I go ham and cheese. The ham and cheese, and the legit play there is you get the $3 ham and cheese, and the barbecue sandwich is good, but you grab like 2 or 3 ham and cheeses on the way out, so that way when I may or may not have returned home late last night around real late, you can still have like one of those ham and cheeses in the refrigerator ready to go as a real late night snack. So that's the, I mean, you get like 2 sandwiches, a drink, and a cookie, and it's like, and they look at you like, yeah, that'll be $9.75.
You're like, what world is this?
Yeah.
Yes. They did do away with the peach ice cream cookie sandwich and replaced it with cheese straws, which I grew up in the South. I hate cheese straws.
Oh, I don't like cheese. I saw it yesterday on a concession board. Is that not?
Supposedly they were doing away with the peach ice cream.
Oh,
I don't know. Is that true, Bernsey?
I cannot confirm nor deny that, but I will try to do a little bit more digging into it on the ground.
All right. He is Peter Burns. Follow him on Twitter at Peter Burns ESPN. If you're at Augusta, see him at T-Bones late tonight. Thank you, Bernsey.
See you, boys.
All right, take care. Burns with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline from Augusta.
All right, when we come back, one more song from Rockstar to get us into the weekend. It's the bonus song in our final segment on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately. 205-637-0143. Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
All right, last segment here. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. Thanks to everybody who's been on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Phil Mickelson playing better than expected. He's at 4 under. The Masters will run all through the weekend.
You said it looked like Mickelson's mugshot.
He's very excited. Rockstar,
surprised.
What is? We'll get to the final song in just a second. Just tell somebody the one thing that surprised you the most about your tour.
The thing that surprised me the most about my tour was we didn't get tired of each other. Really, I mean, it's 13 people on a bus every night for 28 days, and we respected each other's space. Once you get to the venue, you kind of spread out. But some venues, you have to share a dressing room, which is you're separated. The bathroom is a curtain, which is not fun for the two girls that were on the tour with us. But how we stayed close, and like it is sad that last gig we're not going to see each other because we're all from Chattanooga, Ohio. There's people from Nashville. That's what kind of hurt the most. Is like we got close, and then we're like, it's like when people are on a movie set, they know that we're probably not going to see each other ever again.
That's right.
So it's just that was the most surprising thing that affected me so much.
Yeah, the fact you're on the road that long, because you probably leave here tired of us at some point. And
it's only Monday through Friday, though.
Yeah, I know. And
it's usually just about 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, being trapped in a bus. Imagine if we did this show together, and then we had to get in a bus and go to the next town and do it.
Well,
you'd be ready to kill one of us.
Guitarist Ben put it perfectly. We both have families and everything, but he said the thing I love about touring is the minimalist of it. That you literally have the same thing every day. You have your 1 or 2 bags. That is your life. And you're in your little bunk, and then you go to a dressing room to hopefully get a Wi-Fi password, then do sound check, find some cool place to go for dinner. And it's the minimalist life where you have hardly any possessions. And it's like so cool. But then you come home to your clutter and your bills and everything. And then it's just, that's true. That's one thing where you don't worry about all that stuff. You the wife and the kid can take care of that for the month. So that's another thing. But, and sleeping in a coffin is not fun for 20
I would
minutes.
imagine, yeah.
Imagine
being dead.
I know the Black Jacket Symphony are coming soon with the Tom Petty back down at the BJCC.
I think it's the Cinco de Mayo.
It is, May 5th, yeah.
May 5th, and I know Jess is part of that, right?
She is. They're doing their first show tonight in your favorite town. I think it's Norfolk tonight. They're doing the opening of the tour is in Norfolk for Full Moon Fever.
But I could be anywhere tonight. It'd be in Norfolk.
Yeah. Me too.
All right. What's the final song, my friend?
I don't think I've done this one. Wanted to wish Kelsey a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Kelsey.
Happy
She
birthday,
get to pick
Kelsey.
this one?
No, she did not pick this one.
Okay.
I doubt she'll come in here.
Come on in, Kelsey. Come sit in the chair.
It ain't gonna happen.
That ain't gonna happen.
And I done Van Morrison Into the Mystic.
I really don't remember.
Well,
it'll be new to me.
Here's Van Morrison's Into the Mystic.
All right.
Give me some reverb there, Brown.
You got it, man.
All right. This is Rockstar's final song in the Rockstar Lounge. Love this song.
We were born before the wind, also younger than the sun. Here the bonnie boat was once, we sailed to the mystic. Hark now, hear the sailors cry. Smell the sea, feel the sky. Let your soul and spirit fly to the misty. And when that foghorn blows, you'll be coming home. Yeah, when that foghorn blows, I wanna hear it. I don't have to fear it, and I wanna rock your gypsy soul.
Yes.
Just like way back in the days of old. And together we will float into the misty. Need my horns, here we go. When that foghorn blows, you know I'll be coming home bound. When that foghorn whistle blows, I got to hear it. I don't have to fear it, and I wanna rock your gypsy soul, just like way back in the days of old. Yeah, together we will float into the misty. It's too late to stop now.
Wow.
Fantastic song, man.
Thanks, guys.
I love Van Morrison.
So good.
And I love you, Rockstar.
Did Kelsey come in?
She did not. She did not come in.
That's fine.
She said the lighting in that seat makes you look yellow, apparently.
Well, jaundicey.
Jaundicey.
Wait, is that a
gives
new
you bad
angle?
tonsils.
Go back to that.
Yeah,
We
no,
have a new
Scott's been throwing that one up during the music. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Just in this one song or the other songs
No,
too?
the previous song too.
Oh, very good.
God, I'm balding.
Yeah, me too.
That's crazy.
Me too. One more leaderboard update from the Masters. You had any
Can
Masters?
you play a little
Masters
soft
music?
guitar music,
Yeah.
Rockstar?
We call it prayer music in church.
Yeah, a little prayer music. Give us some prayer music. Brooks Koepka still has the lead at 12 under par. After today, going out in 67. The amateur Sam Bennett, Texas A&M. He's at 8 under par. Very surprising. 4 under again today. He's solo second. Victor Hovland just starting his second round. He's even par. 33, 7 under on the tournament. John Rahm also just off. He too even par.
You know that
7 under on the tournament.
That Brooks Koepka score is so good. It looks like it's probably like the third lowest 36-hole score in Masters history.
You think that's it? Probably, Dunaway. You think that 12 under is?
I may or may not have just seen that on a TV graphic on TV4 over there. All right, fun show today. Rockstar, thank you so much. Thank you, Tyler, Lunsford, Forrester. Happy birthday, Kelsey, Taylor Corn. Great job. Lance, get better. Reed, David, everybody up here. Until next time, God bless you and God bless the United States of America.